Hello!
Hello.
You got me immediately, like, straight away.
So just for a heads up for anyone that doesn't know, when I go live for these guys, they talk too much. I just go, okay, we're live, and they're like, ugh.
No, it was Oddie just going straight away as soon as we were live. First of all, let's just do a confirmation that we can hear. Yes, we can.
Already checked
cool.
that.
Awesome, thank you.
Amazing, because we
hello,
know how
and
good
welcome back.
Streamlabs is.
Yes. Hello and welcome back. We are the Stormy Dragon Tavern. We are playing Trials of the Xel'nari, a homebrew campaign in D&D 5th edition. Now, normally...
Zoe's frozen.
Yes, I noticed that. That's a great
Don't remove her. Don't remove her. I need to get a screenshot.
I wasn't going to draw attention to it, but yes, it's great. She's really excited to play. Guys.
It'd be hilarious if she's just like doing a mime sort of.
I'm sorry, Zoe.
Normally, we would do our recap using our memes. We are already running a little bit late, so we will skip over the meme cap this time. However, on our Discord, there is a channel for our Sunday night memes recap where you may post.
Discord should work.
Yes.
I'll do it.
Okay, you do. Where you can join us during the game to post memes or pictures that are relevant to what is happening in game. And then in the next session, we will attempt to retell the story of the last session based entirely off the memes.
Just keep in
mind... Sometimes it leads to amazing things.
If you're doing memes, pop them in the right meme channel. There's a few different ones. Some are dedicated to games and some are just general memes. We welcome all of them. Just make sure they're in the right place.
Yes, so it is the Sunday night recap memes in the memes recap channel.
And someone needs to date today's session.
I will ask it out tomorrow. Terrible pun, sorry.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, cool. All right.
Terrible pun.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Even I wouldn't have gone for that one, and I've got some bad jokes, I tell.
Someone has to lower the standard. So you can raise it back up again later on. As a quick little recap, the party had taken shelter in Aliamin's tiny hut, hiding away in the snow, attempting to hide away whilst the demons ravaged Thalai's hometown.
Too soon.
It's a recap, of course it's too soon. During the night, Thalai saw his opportunity where Sam fell asleep, was unable to keep themselves awake, and Thalai managed to sneak away to go back to the village and try and fix things up. He found that the demons had...
Oh.
I hear myself. Zoe? I hear myself for you.
Yes. Two kitties.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Fidget.
There we go. I was about to say, like, Fidget has filled in for Storm today.
She is a real Storm.
Fidget, you can sit here. It's okay while I'm AFK. I'm just in the kit. Nope. She's like, no. I'm on camera now.
Storm has manifested.
Now we cannot hear you, Zoe, at all. Technical difficulties. There we go.
Yeah. There we go.
And no echoes.
No repercussions. No repercussions.
Nope. Okay, we're good.
Apologies. Less than a second after the stream started, my PC crashed. So.
Oh, lovely.
Oh yeah. You may want to check the Xel'nari chat, the face that you were stuck on.
No.
All right. So
Don't worry, Zoe. They do worse to me.
Thalai stumbled upon. We're trying to recap, guys, so we can get on with the game.
Sorry, carry
on. Thalai stumbled upon the demons dressing up their fallen comrades as Xel'nari members, attempting to make it look like they had caused the massacre in the village. He was able to remove the clothes before being scolded by Storm for putting himself back into harm's way. They were able to spot the demons down in the valley below and noticed that they were unhappy with the fact that the party had managed to escape, and so were summoning more demons in, or more foot soldiers in an attempt to scour the mountainside to find and eradicate the survivors, as there could be no witnesses. In a daring attempt to escape, the party transformed into eagles and rode upon said eagles. Two party members decided to fly. However, they were spotted, or rather, not necessarily spotted, but the sorceress didn't want to take chances, saw two giant eagles flying off into the distance and flying from the direction of where the party had been, and decided to call yet another meteor swarm upon them. With some clever thinking from Kovac, she was able to intercept the meteor that would have hit them, with it shattering upon a wall of force. Strangely enough, from the explosion came a third eagle as another person was polymorphed into an eagle, but then two became invisible. So weird maths happened there, and she was left confused, but the party was able to escape. After a short rest, they made their way down off the mountainside and into Berivia, a peaceful nation that is allied with the Xel'nari. So for the first time in quite some time, yes, for the first time in quite a while, the party was actually met with friendliness and welcoming, and this was strange and alien to them. So immediately they were distrusting of it. That's what I do when I scar my players.
We cried.
You did. You were given lodging, food, and offered horses to make your way to Tanzanite so that you could report in to the Xel'nari. After a brief rest and Kovac making yet another contact with her father through the Speak It With Dad spell, which has always seemed to be a fish for some reason that we've used, but that's going to become canon or something now.
I thought it
Some
was
weird canon
canon. I thought that's the only way we could do it.
No,
you just need a dead body. It's just always been a fish so far.
we've just been using fish corpses.
You know what? That's on you, Ash. That's on you.
I'm not even sure whether we've proven that we need a dead body.
No.
Technically, you haven't proven that yet.
I tried to cast it on Mug and it didn't work.
Oh, yes, that is true, yes.
That's because Mug has no dad.
Or Mug
That
is
we know
not
of.
Kovac's daddy.
Yeah,
Oh, my.
that we know of.
Yeah, Kovac, when we get in, cast it on your father. See what happens.
I was going to say, when we get to Tanzanite and we find out what kind of things Mug got up to in Tanzanite, it's going to be a very interesting story.
You leave my hometown alone!
So, without further ado, we will start off in the morning. Oh, you want to go from the night? All right, so we will start off when everyone is going up to bed. Now, Thalai had stormed off to bed a little bit earlier, without even drinking, which was unique for him. And the rest of the party were going to finish up their chat and then make their way up to bed themselves.
Well, I was going to say Thalai would eat his meal and go straight to sleep. So he would sleep through, and he would wake up, well, I guess, I don't know how much longer the party would have been awake for, about 3-4 hours, if they're going to be telling tales to amuse the townsfolk and such.
No, we decided to play it quiet after Storm had a chat with everyone. And Storm ends up helping in the kitchen away from the watchful eye of anyone other than the kitchen staff. And she actually falls asleep in the kitchen.
Okay.
She doesn't join everyone.
Well, okay, while everyone else is asleep, Thalai has had his full rest, so at last he can get rid of that exhaustion. Hooray.
About time.
About time, yes. But he will look at his compatriots sleeping, and he'll fish out a note that he wrote just before he went to sleep. Place it next to, I assume it would be Mug in the same room as him.
More than likely.
As everyone else is, yeah. So, and he would walk out. Down the stairs, out into the street. Look back at the mountains. And walk back towards them. Doing in his heart what he thinks is right. Must be done. Not goodbye. But until they meet again. Delilah's chapter for now has finished.
So Mug,
Boo!
Mug, you would awaken to this letter being on the bedside table next to you. What does this letter say?
I've just put it in the thing now. So, for some reason, the
I just
formatting
have
did
one question. With Storm's
Yes.
perception, with Storm being asleep downstairs, would she have noticed?
No, it would be on.
She wouldn't have stopped him,
Thank you.
but would she have noticed? It's underneath. I know what you're thinking. It's underneath.
What?
The cheese.
No, I meant I need a fork.
Go ahead, get it
The
there.
cheese
I'm ahead
tags.
of you. I'm ahead of you. I just hadn't got. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I was just making like some quick dinner over here. Okay. I just hadn't quite gotten to the forks yet.
No, her stream's she's just invisible. She's going hardcore with the roleplay.
Real stealthy over here, guys.
No, I don't believe you would. Whilst you do have a high perception, seeing as you would be asleep at this point in time, no, you would not be attuned enough to hear someone sneaking out the front door. So, Fly, I feel like this would be monologued in your voice.
Oh,
as
no.
Mug reads it. If you could read out.
Oh, I was going to say, I'd be more than happy for somebody else to read it, but if that's the way we want to do it. Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm going to put you on the spot for it.
My friends, I must go back. Every instinct, as both a Xel'nari agent and as a member of Clan Deliaga, tells me to do so. Just as they tell me that you all must continue to Tanzanite, to find out what is happening, and to be sure that the world can know what is happening. I will not say goodbye, nor farewell, for I know with certainty I will return to you all. Once my people are safe, and I have some answers of my own, I will be back. Until we meet again, to lie.
So you probably see Mug comes down at breakfast or whatever early morning time that we wake up. Considering we've been kind of hard marching or sleeping rough for a bit, probably a little bit later than normal, I'm assuming. Bit of a sleep in. And finds whoever's there. Would anyone have been relatively...
Storm will be already cooking in the kitchen.
And
Oh, yeah, of course.
And Quebec would probably just be like her body clock would have woken her despite her wanting more sleep, so she's kind of just like not fully conscious, poking at an omelette in front of her at a table.
The Sams, would they be sleeping in further, or would they be up and about?
Samuel
I don't
would
know.
be downstairs getting some breakfast early, wanting to get food in before most of the town was awake, and probably sitting detached away from the rest of the party.
So yeah, Mug walks down holding a sheet of paper and puts it on the table and goes, I think we all considered it might have been an option. Thalai has left in the morning to seek his own path, and
What?
slides the piece of paper across.
Kirk will kind of gesture with the fork, and the paper is going to float up towards in front of her face, and she'll be like, "I see." It'll float back down. I understand his decision making. Ash, is there anything in the Xel'nari bylaws about desertion that I might
Oh,
be aware of?
I was a thinking it. I wasn't going to say it.
He did desert our mission.
What a mission.
Yes, there are rules for desertion. But there are also rules for willingly leaving as well.
Also,
Desertion would be more classified as leaving and actively working against Xel'nari motives.
this I feel
Or
like would
goals.
fall more under the grief circumstances. Personal
Compassionate leave.
time of leave for personal
But-
matters.
We also have to remember, we aren't on an official mission. We have never returned back to Xel'nari HQ to receive a further mission. We
But didn't Barda tell us to...
No, Barda said for us to make our way back to HQ or to report in.
So now we're going to.
And in the roundabout sense of what Xel'nari agents must do to help keep the peace and help the common people, the lie is still technically within mission parameter. At least
Technically,
Technically.
no,
man is
okay.
the protectorate of the Xel'nari people, and thus they
Compassionate-
need to be protected.
Compassionate circumstances aside, you are actually in a form abandoning quote unquote the greater good, which is informing the necessary people and parties involved or potentially affected by the circumstance and information we have learnt that will potentially put them in high danger because there is a huge threat about to happen, and we are the only people that know about it. We're the only ones that can do something about it. So technically,
Counter-argument.
on that, however,
There is a
the
counter-argument.
Xel'nari is in a sec. The Xel'nari is not that kind of organization to be all like, oh, you can't do things for your own personal needs, because you most certainly can. And we are
Counter-argument.
carrying it on your behalf.
Well, hey, for Kalana,
Counter-argument.
you are not
I've
fair
been
to
trying-
argue because you left.
So, the reason I asked was just to make sure that Thalai was not in violation of any ordinance that we would therefore be required to punish him for.
No, he would not be considered as in violation.
Okay, so
he is not actively doing something that directly conflicts with Xel'nari goals or morals.
Which is kind of what I was trying to point out, is that it's like, although there are these circumstances in which the quote-unquote greater good, it doesn't violate anything against the morals of taking care of personal business. 'Cause
It
this is
might violate procedure, like he didn't inform someone beforehand.
Yeah.
Like,
Chain of command, order, and things like that, but at the same time, in theory, we are his proxy at this point.
So,
Clan Thaliaga is a protectorate under the Xel'nari, and thus the clan needs to be protected. Otherwise, we are abandoning a treaty that has been signed with Clan Thaliaga for about
But
200
it was not our mission or our concern to
No,
protect
but
them.
it is But there are no other Xel'nari agents in proximity to thus continue and uphold this treaty.
Technically,
The
our
lie-
obligation is to inform the Xel'nari primarily
So
of the
technically-
abandonment of the Xel'nari that were stationed there.
Technically, you're both right. And
And technically, we already failed.
so
why are mum and dad fighting?
So Kovac is going to pull out a piece of paper, conjure a quill, and occasionally refer to the note, and is going to prepare a document detailing Thalai's leave of absence.
Um,
Make sure the paperwork's in order.
while
Of
you're doing this,
course.
Storm comes over and brings some food and puts it down in front of Mug, and whoever else is there now. Make sure everyone has some food, some morning drinks, not alcoholic, just drinks. And then ponders off back to the kitchen. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't really acknowledge anyone other than just bringing them food and drink.
As I feel like the hand that you put down on the like to put down the food, Kovac will use her left hand for a flick of finger, and as you pull it back, the paper slides to meet your hand and then just enters your grasp. She just sends it towards you.
She pauses a moment, doesn't look at the paper, but pauses a minute, and then just puts it back and then walks away. You get the sense she was listening. Or like looking over your shoulder. She was taking note. She just was not wanting to be present.
I didn't start the fire.
You didn't. Neither did we.
Samuel kind of moves his way over, again trying to keep to the shadows a little bit. He's like, so with what Storm was saying last night, kind of agree with her. Should take the back roads a bit. If you don't want to be found, I've already still got possibly some more demo chasing me down.
One thing.
We're just losing people left, right, and centre, aren't we?
One thing.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm saying we should take the back roads.
Losing our
So-
sense of self.
So at this point, has Samantha arrived?
No, I say Samantha is probably having a bath or shower at this moment in time.
Okay.
Because they're actually able to have one after so long
Oh god.
in
Once
private.
Once Kovac is done with this document, she will just walk into the bathhouse with the water running or whatever, and just start talking to Samantha.
And Samantha's got that face of like,
The audacity of this bitch.
yeah, just like,
She will walk in and seeing the gay say, oh, relax. You aren't my type. Listen.
that's not what this was. Yeah, go ahead. Sure, why not? Just in baffled disbelief of just like, privacy is not a thing, okay?
Under normal circumstances, I would maintain privacy, but you have previously confided in me concerns surrounding a certain topic, and so I feel obligated to inform you of a development in private before you make it out into the room with everybody else.
Sam's sitting there just been like, which topic? There have been many.
Thalai's gone. He left at some point during the night.
Just kind of gets that. You know when the people do the whole like their heads, like the head just goes a little bit below the bubble, just like there, just like. And then your head, you will hear. Go on.
He is going to help his people to save whoever is left, and plans to return once they are safe and secure. He states in the letter that he left that he will see us again. I understand that you were concerned that he would leave us should a better option come along, or if we were not being good to him. I don't think that's the case. This is his extremely strong moral compass.
Sorry, not you. Damn it.
What's happened? What? Oh no.
It's the fucking meme.
Oh! Oh!
Whoopsie!
Sam would start mumbling to themselves, forgetting that they were talking to you in the head, like stupid dummy Barker, just stupid dumb. Like that kind of like sentiment of like I'm upset and mad. Not that I didn't see this coming, but just stupid dummy didn't even want to say goodbye properly. And dummy, stupid head.
I cannot say.
Extra bacon and eggies, please.
Of course. They'll be waiting for you when you are finished.
Then the head just goes completely underwater.
Just wild
Sure.
shape into a fish.
I was gonna say if I need to be there for too long, Sam will just become a fish. No, this is warm water. Sam will not become a fish. Sam will not become a fish.
Well, there's tropical fish.
Yeah, I don't know them. I know salmon.
Or lobster.
Levels of concern.
So at that, Kovac will
Personally.
Kovac will leave. She will approach Storm and say, she took that as well as can be expected, and has requested eggs and bacon.
Storm sort of just like vaguely nods and walks off and back into the kitchen. Or rather, if you've come to see her in the kitchen, because she's probably in
Yeah.
the kitchen.
She
She'll
like
just nod and start reaching for
Yeah.
eggs and whatnot.
Yeah. So once that's delivered, Kovac will she will only have walked to the threshold, opened the door, gone words, and then left and returned to the table and just sat back down, and stares at her cold omelette. Mark,
Go.
inform Vada.
Is there any other information that is required?
We are proceeding to Tanzanite to report in. Inform her that there have been some considerable developments. Inform her of the attack as well. The considerable loss of life that has been incurred. And of where each of us are going now. If that is possible.
Yep. So you notice that as Mug is eating, he's like counting on his fingers.
Great.
So, what is the message to Barter?
I think Mick is still trying to figure out how
Yeah.
it all fit.
As you are sitting there counting on your fingers, Iris steps into the room holding another plate of food. Moseys over to the table and looks you all over and goes, "All the sullen faces this morning. What be wrong with yous?"
That's classified.
All right, well, I'm not one to pry. Just thought I'd let you know your horses are ready for when you plan to set out.
Thank you.
She kind of looks back over her shoulder a bit like, that's concerning. before disappearing back into the kitchen.
And probably finds it in an absolute state because Storm has been all over it.
Wow, rude. Storm is at home in the kitchen, thank you very much. She quite enjoys it.
But do you clean up as you go?
She used to work in the kitchen at the Xel'nari. You tell me.
That still doesn't answer my question.
With Storm, that's
That would explain all the hair to life found.
Hey. Hey.
Oh,
Only
can
for
you
you,
picture
Thalai, only
Storm
for
in a
you.
full body hairnet?
Oh, yes.
The kitchen would be in quite actually a tidy state, which is probably way tidier than you've ever seen Storm be ever before. She's being meticulous.
Excellent.
This is not normal for Storm.
Okay, I've got the message to Barda.
Sorry guys, I just went to make a tea. I couldn't not. I had to. I needed it. It's my lifeblood.
So, casting sending. Barda, this is Mug. Thalai's village attacked by demons. He is dealing with that. We are continuing to Tanzanite. Also, Thog retired. We'll try discretion.
All right.
Perfect.
the response you get is
Fuck.
Fuck. Times 25.
That's the only word.
If this is a long continuous fuck, is that one word or 25?
Depends how many apostrophes and commas you need to put in.
It's like you do one sending and it's just hey with 24 Ys.
Hey.
Or just like 24 inflections. So like, hey.
Hey.
Um,
Hi.
you get a response back. The first word, despite the fact that it is telepathic in your mind, it still feels like shouting. It is just, what? What the hell do you mean?
You've let your little brother
We're
go
having
have a go
words
to go himself.
when we meet up. I know it's not you. God damn it. As soon as you make it to Tanzanite. And then it cuts off.
Note to
Mug will
self.
send another sending. About 5 minutes later.
Let it decompress.
Actually, I should check how many spell slots I got. I should have a few level 3s. Yeah.
We've fully rested, haven't we? We've had a long
Yes.
rest.
Mhm.
We have now had
Yep.
a long rest.
So another sending going. Barda, is there a message you'd like sent to Thalai? That's it.
The response you get is, it clearly she's had 5 minutes to calm herself down. And she's,
I'm
no,
not mad at you. I'm
what I
mad at
have to
Dad.
say, I will say to his face. Make contact with Xel'nari upon arrival to Tanzanite. That's all she says.
And third sending to Thalai. Thalai, we understand, we accept, not happy, but want you be happy. Barda not happy. Your problem, we have your back. That'll be it.
You just hear an echo in the mountains. Shit.
Like, just fuck.
You will get a response. So I will respond.
We just hear snoring.
No. So be it. I'll already be in trouble with the report Korvek sends in after our skirmish with the demo hunters. One more charge against my name. So be it. I'm doing what's right by
That's all good.
Xel'nari. Yep, that's fine. He doesn't know the full story.
He's just sitting there talking to himself on the mountain.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh no, this is as he's like walking
Yeah,
up.
yeah. I imagine he
And-
like continues for like half an hour of monologuing.
Yeah, pretty
while
much.
walking
And then
up
at the end of it, it's Mug. You're such a good listener.
Yep. Yep.
All right. You have your horses. You've hopefully finished your meals.
Not really.
There's some resemblance of your meals.
Hmm.
Where do you go from here?
To Tanzanite.
I believe the idea was to try and sort of parallel a major route
Correct.
by taking some of the lesser gone roads. So probably
agree.
kind of zigzagging our way north.
Thank you, Risky.
We're gonna make the fastest route we possibly can to Tanzanite while avoiding all major roads and no, in fact, it wasn't just major. Avoiding all traveled
and
roads and
villages.
towns and villages and stuff. So we were gonna take the wilderness as much as possible.
Which is possible. There is a lot of farmland along here, but a number of forests as well that you could move through or around. You are on horseback without a carriage, so it does make traveling a little bit easier for you. Are there any discussions out on the road? You have a good 4 weeks before you will make it to Tanzanite.
There's some questions that I would like to have answered just by virtue of investigating as we go. So, first night after, like, after the first day of travel, Kovac takes the time to reconjure her familiar
Mhm.
as a spider.
Oh.
Instead of
Um,
wisteria, can be websteria.
That's okay. She sends Websteria into the lead-lined box and then will cast Identify on the item we pulled out of the line.
Is the lead line boxed in an extra dimensional space?
I can take it
I
out.
would
Apparently,
have,
yes.
I would have asked for
Hmm.
someone to produce it, yes.
Does it'll
So
make a
we-
slight difference for a couple of things.
Just wanted
To
to
be
double check.
perfectly honest, Storm will tell you it's a bad idea and doesn't think that it's worth it.
We're in the middle of nowhere. I would thoroughly like to understand. It will be. I don't even have to open the box to send in Wisteria.
Taking it out of extra dimensional space.
It does mean it could be scryed.
When we are in an isolated location is not the right decision. Once we get to Tanzanite, where there are very, very many people and we can hide among the people, this is where we should look at it.
We have a month of travel, potentially a month of being able to confer with my father on this topic, who can help us even before we arrive.
But what do we hope to gather from it? We already know that they are demons. We already know that they are tracking us through these items. We know that they can spy on us through these items. We know that they are trying to do something bad. Whether it is to resurrect big ugly person with sword. I forgot their name. Or bring about their own new rule, or overthrow everything that is here, or take down the Xel'nari. It doesn't matter what it is, but we already know that they are up to something of no good. I don't know what we will learn from these items here now between this time and Tanzanite that will benefit us.
I understand your point, but I need to try. So, to not insist or overrule, I will turn to the opinion of the collective. All those in favor of me attempting this?
What are we
I
doing?
think-
I wasn't paying attention, said
I
Sam as
think
they come
that's an
down from the
answer.
bath.
No, you're not in the bath anymore, Sam. This is the next
Yeah.
day.
On the road again.
Oh.
On the
Either
said
on the
what I said.
road or when we've stopped to camp for the evening.
It's a day later, and everyone realizes that Sam never got out of the bath.
No, the bath's just been dragged
The
behind. them.
worst prune fingers you've ever seen.
Prune fingers, prune body. Let's be real.
Storm will just turn to, look at Kovac and go, Kovac, if you wish to do it, I will not stop you. But I am here to offer words of wisdom that I do not think it is wise.
Samuel will actually pipe and go, I know I probably don't have a say in this, not Xel'nari.
You don't.
He's just
Continue.
gonna hold up a finger towards you as he continues talking. And he goes, but I'm definitely with her on that one. Scrying things, not really a great thing when we've got, probably two groups chasing us.
Okay. I will not force this choice upon you, though I must say the curiosity will eat at me. So, that being said, Kovac therefore would probably have had the conversation before beginning the ritual, so instead we'll have conjured Wisteria as an owl, just as a regular owl instead. I will mark off the components that I used.
So, unless absolutely necessary or unless someone interacts with Storm, you'll notice that she doesn't talk. She's incredibly quiet. And she will kind of wander off a little bit on her own in the evenings, gathering herbs and flowers and stuff and mushrooms and things. But she takes a little bit longer than makes sense for her to be doing these things. So if anyone wishes to inquire as to that or follow her one evening, that's fine, but yes. It's a habit you notice. If anyone puts any resistance to her wandering off, she won't. But if you guys let her wander off, she will.
You'll probably get a half-hearted, if you're wandering off, just don't look anything.
And she gives you a weird sideways nod before wandering off. You don't know whether she actually licks anything or not, but she doesn't come back paralyzed, so you presume that she's fine.
Or she comes back, so you know she's not paralyzed.
It's there was a delay. All Storm's fur is now blue, and she's just going, I don't want to talk about it.
I think after observing it a few times, Kovac would probably have asked, have you at least been within shouting distance?
Yes. If you called out her name, she would hear you and come back.
Good.
But you're
Don't
not
go
sure
too
how
much
far
further.
away that truly is because of her keen sense of hearing.
Actually, there is one other thing that you'd probably notice as a slight change of behavior. Mug takes a bit of time to actually pray in the morning. So he sort of goes to the side of the camp, just sort of at sunrise, and has a bit quiet moment of contemplation and prayer, which he hasn't done before.
I think the only other main thing that would beyond Kovek's mind would be wondering about something. Ash, to Kovek's knowledge, how common is the use of teleportation circles?
Fairly restricted. It's not that people don't have the ability to make and use them. It is more that they are kind of heavily policed. You are aware that Tanzanite has a number of teleportation circles within the city walls, typically used by the Magus Collegium. But they are also, again, heavily policed of who can use them when they're available. So, as far as you're aware, there's never been undocumented ones. But that's not to say that there aren't any undocumented ones, but most of them are.
So the ones used by the Collegium would be permanent circles with like set jump
Yeah,
locations?
they would be linked to certain locations.
Okay.
Storm would also help you recall the sigil that they both saw.
Yes.
That would have probably
Uh,
happened on the first night after leaving the village, I guarantee, because Kovek under no circumstances would have forgotten or like let that drop.
Absolutely. To Kovek's knowledge, does Xel'nari HQ have a teleportation circle?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Good to know.
I think on about the fourth or fifth night, Mug, you will hear a voice in your mind. I mean, you immediately recognize it as Samuel's, but you can see he is going about his normal duties of helping set up the camp as normal and trying to make it look as if he is not having this conversation with you. And they'll be having the conversation of, hey, I know this is kind of awkward, but don't take this the wrong way, but you're like the last muscle left in the group now that both the others are gone, and I'm not sure how much I can do to protect Sam, but when we get to Tanzanite, there's a good chance that we'll run into people from Dad's organization there, and they might be, well, put it politely, wanting her back. We can't let that happen.
She does have the backing of a moderate-sized organization.
Dad won't give a shit about that. He's proven that before. I can do some bit of disguise, but you got that magic stuff. Can you make me properly look like her? I know we're basically the same, but like
I can't make other
ladylike.
people. Not yet. I've been thinking there's this song that I think could work, but I'm not quite there yet.
Okay.
However, don't you have the perfect disguise?
What do you mean?
A pet cat is not the heir to a fiscal empire.
I suppose I could dress up in the Xel'nari robes and pretend to be, well,
Or
I guess myself.
both of you could just not be halflings?
That could work too, but we can't do that all day, and we don't know how long we're going to be there, and there's no way of knowing where they'll be. He's got people everywhere.
Two halflings in a trench coat just make a really weird Goliath.
Oh, I kind of want to make that happen now.
They can pretend to be Thalai. No one will know the difference, surely.
I just, I spent a bit of time in Tanzanite, and I can tell you the lower dock areas is a good place to hide, but
Mm.
not a good place to.
Yeah, but the people there would sell you out for coppers.
True. Gotta just have the right leverage on him.
Mm. How well does your father interact with the court?
He's in high standing, very high standing.
Because would being at the Renzari family, Kovacs family,
Royazi.
Rayazi. If we're staying at their house within the actually, Ash, do I know if the is it the palace? Is there a would that house all the functionaries of the court, or would they?
There is a courts district where
Oh.
basically all of the legal
Mm.
people and legal work happens. That's where typically they would be placed. But you know that the Vidalkins would be in the Vidalkin Quarter, an area
Okay,
designated for Vidalkins. Kind of like Chinatown.
I think we can get you into the city fine, depending on how much freedom of travel you want to have while there. But there is absolutely nothing that we won't be doing to make sure that both of you are safe. It seems this group has a weird thing of adopting strays. So, not to really kind of like give away secrets, but if you want to use their authority for your own sort of things, you can probably get away with that too. They're pretty accommodating that way.
Alright. Just thought I'd talk about it. If push comes to shove, though, you get her out.
Can do.
He then continues on with his chores of grabbing some kindling for the fire.
Okay. I just remembered there is a conversation that Kovac wants to have, but it will probably happen the last night before we arrive. So that scene would be like we're camping on a hill, the city is visible on the horizon, and that's where that conversation would be. So if people are doing things before that, go for it.
Yeah. The travel to Tanzanite is slow and tedious, moving around farmland and farming villages, keeping off the main trade road. There is the occasional time where you probably would need to dip back over into a village to acquire some more rations.
We send either salmon or someone in disguise.
Mug can do a change self spell to be an entirely different race.
Yeah, can make it look self different. The travel is a beautiful countryside. The land here is quite nice. The fields are in plenty. You're in the middle of spring as well, so you do get the feeling of just happiness from the towns that you do skirt around the outsides of, seeing them in the fields, kids playing in the fields while the parents work. But you for the most part avoid any contact with them, and it's pretty easy to do so. It is a large territory until you get closer to Tanzanite, where you know that there are three major roads that lead into Tanzanite, and heavy forest that kind of covers the whole area, meaning you will need to either go through forest, where it is known that typically there are bandits, or follow one of the three major roads, which are heavily patrolled, and so the bandits avoid them.
I know which one Storm will request, but it's up to the party whether they will listen to her.
I think if we know, like, we know of this going in like a few towns before arriving, perhaps in a planning phase, we could have Mug pick us up something to wear to make us look a little bit more innocuous, so we can more easily blend in, and therefore would be able to take the main roads and travel without the danger of the bandits, but also not draw attention to ourselves. Thoughts?
The issue is we have a specific makeup of races,
I can also
which
pair disguise self in case it comes up.
but it means that is if they are looking for like how many of the cat people do you see around? We are slightly less obvious now without Thalai, but still.
Storm does stick out like a sore thumb,
I will.
being one of only a handful to have been known in existence.
I will stay clear of old people. I will stay outside of the villages.
I think we travel through the forest using Wisteria and perhaps the Sams as scouts to see what is ahead. There'd be very few bandits that would be trying to hide themselves from the skies.
That's true. And I imagine once they see a fireball coming their way, they will turn and run.
I think if we are careful, we should stay away from populations as much as possible.
Okay. If it would make you more comfortable, then the forest it is.
You make your way into the forest, and the woods here are not particularly thick. They are mostly tall, slender trees with a decent amount of spacing between them, and only mild shrub coverage of the ground, which means that obscuring yourself is a little bit hard to do so, except upon like fallen trees and such. But the ground is quite hilly and irregular, which does lead to having a number of different ways of covering yourself from certain angles. I will get perception checks, from those that are scouting ahead.
Yes. I think during the time of scouting, Kovac just gives the reins of her horse to like Mug, so he leads her horse, and she spends a good portion of time in bird's eye view mode.
Storm will generally be keeping an eye on things just because she's in a very high alert state, but she's not scouting ahead.
Ash, would you permit me using Wisteria's keen sight for advantage?
Yes.
That gives me a total of 19.
19.
Oddie, did you go scouting ahead?
Yeah, I can go do a bit of scouting, considering, you know, it's sneaky. And I don't need
Turn
much.
into birds.
I can turn into bird. I can turn into a bird now. I can turn into a squirrel, panther. I can just pass without trace. I can do all sorts.
Sorry, I thought that was one animal, a squirrel panther.
It's just
Yeah,
a
yeah,
We're
panther.
playing Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh!
It's
That
just-
would be amazing.
I was gonna say it's a panther with a
sky
squirrel
person.
tail and it hoards giant nuts.
Big bushy tail.
Giant meat sacks.
Or it's
Do we
just
need
a
to roll
really
anything?
sneaky pitch black squirrel that just pounces and.
That's a good Chianti. That would be a beaver, sorry. Do you need to roll anything?
Yes, a perception check, please.
Perception.
You're
I'm
a
just-
bird.
I'm just-
You don't want to roll stealth.
I
I
will
have
be
no reason to be
bird.
going, that particular bird right there, that's a bad one.
Bang!
I can be an eagle, like a normal sized one, so their perception is really good.
Hmm.
In normal science, I don't know what it is in D&D term.
Let's check.
I've got it up. It's a +4 to perception. I have advantage on wisdom perception checks I rely on sight. Yes. Well, I'm not gonna need it because wow. No. Oh, okay, never mind. So the first roll was an 8. It's like a swap, so I did a dash 20
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
good lord, my
Yeah.
connection
For-
just got really bad.
for the advantage.
go
So yeah, natural 20. Sorry, oh, because we were that's not just
Yeah.
yeah, it's 24.
Oh, you're
for
back,
perception.
I think.
Yep, okay. Sorry,
you're back.
everything was garbled there for a bit. For the most part,
It's alright, it was just us
I think it was just
working
me
out the
talking.
roll. Yeah.
it's alright.
Just the Brit talking.
It
it's
was mostly intelligible garble, but it was garble.
It was mostly intelligible garble anyways.
Okay.
fine. It's me talking. What do you expect?
So yes, with your keen scouting ahead, you do spot a small bandit group that has made a little camp in the forest and are able to easily make your way around them.
Murder.
You could opt for murder if you want.
No, but I'll mention about the bandit group and I'll double check with Kovac and be like, I think we should avoid them instead of doing that. Oh, I don't know the bandits as such, but there's a grouping of people.
Yeah,
But we probably want to avoid people.
you've seen your fair share of bandits in your time. They definitely look like bandits. They number in about the 20s, and each one is armed and in leather armor.
Okay, yeah, we definitely don't want to go anywhere near them unless they have diamonds. I wonder if they've got some diamonds.
Well, they are a girl's best friend, I hear.
Don't make our hunt for diamonds mean that we require diamonds.
She's got a point.
You know what? My head hurts. I'm leaving that to you. We should avoid them.
Yes.
Okay.
No arguments here.
That's great, Blink. It's a pun worthy of Mug.
Mm.
Alright. You make your way through the forest and find yourself coming upon the sounds of foot traffic, carts and people. You realize that you have made your way to the edge of the forest where the junction of the three paths come together. From this point out, it will be impossible to avoid making contact with people.
Oh, so this
As
is
you-
the end of our month travel?
So it is a month that has passed.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. During this time, I would I will send something to you, Zoe. Just talk about what spells would be useful to have within this area
Oh,
while we're moving along.
it's hard to pick spells as a druid for a city. However,
Yeah.
this is a pretty lush city in terms of like plants.
I have made sure to
So-
speak with plants.
And if you fancy it, plant growth would probably go a long way, especially in spring coming into summer, because if you can guarantee a good yield of like flowers and petals, people are gonna love you.
That's fine. What we'll do is just to make sure this is obviously cleaner and everyone else. I'll just send a little message to you, Zoe specifically, just double check, double down. We're doing the usual powwow. The powwow.
Yes. But Kirk would probably want to have that conversation prior to us getting to this intersection.
Yeah. It's just so it cleans up. It's not just us talking about spells, and it allows other bits of role play. That's the main thing.
Also, Kirk wanted to have like a conversation with everybody before we got to this
Yes.
intersection.
Also, can we take a moment to appreciate the really cool map?
Yeah, this is gorgeous.
It's so
It
good.
is a really cool map.
Thank you.
I say as I've not actually seen it yet. Give me
Ash
one moment.
spent a lot of time working on this. That's all I'm going to say.
You got the trust of your players.
While
Oh wow!
It's so nice.
while you all
I wish I
appreciate
should be
it,
on roll 20.
so just for the audience, so that they know what's going on. In the times that Storm has wandered off from the camp or the group at night before bed, she's actually out there trying to understand magic. She's trying to understand how her magic works and the whispers that she's heard in her ears about how to use them, but she's only heard it once and sparingly and only in times of major need, and she doesn't quite understand. And so she's been trying to practice to no avail. She has been struggling to try and understand how in the moment she feels the magic and power, yet somehow it doesn't seem to reach beyond her grasp. And it always fails her, except in that one moment where it was crucial that it worked, and she can't understand the difference. And other than her time practicing her magic, which she fails miserably at, she also sits down and, depending on how she's feeling or the different things that she's processing, she talks out loud to herself, but not just to herself. She addresses Barda, or her mother, or her newly found father, and she talks to them as if they're there. They're conversations that are her expression of how lost she feels, of not knowing what to do, and wishing that she had some form of guidance greater than what she currently had, that she wished that her wisdom and her foresight and understanding of the bigger picture of things was just as easy to express, but also as easy for others to see and understand the way she sees it. And her concerns and fears for her island, for her people, about them rejoining the world, about them being taken advantage of, about all of the horrors of this world that she's witnessed and been a part of, about them being spoilt by it. And she has various conversations with herself, addressing these significant figures in her life. Every other night, or here and there, just as things come to her mind. She, of course, is just talking to the wind. She no longer has a form of communication with Barda. Her mother has passed away, and her father is ascended. So she sits in the darkness alone, with no light, because she no longer needs it, having discovered that she can see further in the dark than she ever could before. And just enjoys the feel of the wind on her fur.
And Kovac, you wanted to have a conversation as you were sitting in camp looking out over Tanzanite.
Yes. Sorry, I'm talking Modi. Yeah. So, we're probably in a lightly wooded area. Not a lot really going on, but Kovac probably would cut through some of the silence. I feel like this entire journey has been kind of like not a huge amount of conversation going on between us, because it's all just kind of, it feels wrong. The lie isn't here. Our entire like rhythm's been thrown off. So not to assume, but I imagine that most of our communication has been the essentials of like, can someone get some firewood? Yeah, sure, I'll go, and things like that. So Kurik will probably put on her like manager's hat, as it were, and will, in a quiet moment while people are all around the fire, just say, "I need to speak with all of you." We are approaching Tanzanite. I am both happy and anxious to be returning to my home. The anxiety comes from one incident in particular. I have not wanted to talk about this, but I fear an encounter with the consequences of my actions may be inevitable. And as we saw in our last encounter, entering an unknown situation without a full picture will lead to problems. Though I have shared this with very few people, I feel it is my responsibility to ensure that you are all well informed. When I was originally training to be a town guard in Tanzanite, every few months we would encounter a spree of crimes. Things that could all more or less be traced to a similar kind of individual. A very intelligent, highly functional crime lord of sorts, able to commit these crimes over a span of a few weeks, and then disappear for months afterwards. Even after my career progressed into that of being a detective, this activity continued, as did my continued obsession with understanding them. I found myself getting more and more invested in an unhealthy way in the actions taken by this person, and I became more and more desperate to stop them in whatever they were doing. They were stealing, they were hurting people. I was not willing to let these crimes pass, and I'm still not. However, in one moment, towards the end of a period of time where I anticipated it would be our last opportunity for a while, it was nearing the end of yet another crime spree. I felt I had a break in the case. I called for a team of guards to accompany me into a warehouse down by one of the docks next to the textiles district, in the hopes to catch this person in the act and stop what they were doing. Unfortunately, in my haste and my impatience, I stormed into a room and I triggered a glyph warding. If I had been more patient, I could have found it. I could have stopped it. But as soon as that door slammed open, it began to go off. It was only by the supreme act of kindness and sacrifice that I was pushed out of a window by one of my fellow guards and spared being consumed by the fiery inferno that took that room. All 6 guards that came in with me didn't make it. As I was putting together my report on this event, I lied. I withhold the truth of my actions, for I was feeling great shame, and I did not want my career to be impacted by my mistake. It was not long after this that the opportunity to join the Xel'nari presented itself, and so I took it. I do not know what we will face once we enter this place. However, one thing I know for sure is I received a great many dirty looks at that funeral, and I do not know what my fellow guards or the families of those who lost someone that day will do if they see me. So please keep this in mind.
Did your superiors say anything to you about this?
Captain Killian was his usual self, very stern but stoic. I was scolded for my to a certain extent for my rashness, as he saw how eager I was to depart in the precinct before we left. He knows me well enough to tell that I was not fully sharing, but he also knows me well enough that he did not push me on the matter.
Do you have a plan to make up for what you have done?
Yes.
I appreciate your honesty, but feeling bad is not enough.
I agree. And so, if it comes to it, I'll catch him. Their deaths should not be for nothing. And so, if it comes to it, I will capture the person responsible for this.
An interesting point of view.
How to word this? That Storm will probably word it better, but overall, I hear your feelings. Valid. We love you. You're with us. We're here for you. Valid. You're all valid. You're all valid except for you, Sam. You're all valid. But you can't use this as your one-time only chance of this, if you get what I mean. Like we do have another mission to do while we're here, and we can't let that distract us. If it does present in a full way of just cool, we can do it. Sure. But like the previous time when you rushed in gun-ho, you can't let that eat you while you are here. Because of everything else going on. I mean, who knows? Maybe that dickhead's mixed up in all of this, and we can do two... I'm not going to say birds, it's too early for that, considering what happened last month. Yeah, 1 stone, 5, yeah.
I should have made that joke last week.
You should have.
2 bad people, 1 handcuff. The best I've got, okay? But
I should buy more handcuffs while I'm here.
what you do with the library? No. But you get what I mean. We've had this before. We tell other people these sorts of things as well. This can't be the only thing. Like as soon as an opportunity, like you see it, it can't be. This is where the entire focus goes.
I understand. And
but please do talk to us about this when you've got means to, of course. Like that whole you found a thing, talk to us about it.
Yes.
And we can go from there.
There is also a curious matter of theft on your behalf.
Whose behalf?
Kovacs, of course.
Oh, thank God, not mine. Okay, never mind.
You have stolen one of your colleagues' story. As you know, I believe stories have power and worth. One of your colleagues did something heroic and saved your life. Were you saying that you did not report that and they did not get in death the recognition that they should have had for such an act?
That was reported.
Ah, okay.
What I altered the report to include a certain level of caution on my part that was not originally present.
The lead up to what actually caused it, you mean you
Yes.
didn't report that part?
Storm will pike in at this point. She's been just quiet at this point, up till now. I go, Kovac,
Yes.
altering your report in this moment, although it was to hide your shame, it does not change the outcome, nor does it change the outcome of the way people would have treated you or seen you or anything like this. You made an error in judgment, and that is okay. But not adding it in the report, I know is probably bad because is against what you believe or what your people want you to do. But it's really not the end of the world. It doesn't change anything. It is just a few lines of text on the page, right?
Those few lines could have compromised my application to the Xel'nari.
From what I have seen of your time with the Xel'nari, although you are not perfect and you make many mistakes, you try really hard and you try to look after everyone and do your best. I think that regardless of those 2 or 3 lines that were different, you would have still been seen as somebody worthy of joining the Xel'nari.
Some people can't take those sorts of risks.
Also, let's face it, the Xel'nari do not have that high standards of entry. I mean, they let in Osborne.
I think that's a legacy situation. What was Osborne's situation actually with the Xel'nari? Like, how did he get to join it?
You've never asked him, to be perfectly honest. And whenever he's told the story, you know he is pretty full of shit.
I don't think we
So
would have bothered.
You've never trusted anything that he's ever said, anyways. So you don't know the true story of how he got in. According to him, it's on his own skills and merit. But you know that a lot of his skills and merit have been borrowed from other people.
You know what? We'll get to that question later. That's not important right now.
Regardless, that is what I have done. You are now all armed with that knowledge. Does anybody have any other questions? If not, I will turn in.
You're turning yourself in?
I'm going to bed.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there was a lot going on in a short amount of time. What sort of welcome do you think you will expect then, with that knowledge in hand and the funeral and those people's sour faces? They're going to be there somewhere.
Our entrance will be through the most southern district. My beat was out to the east.
But how long ago was this?
It's been a few years. I'm not sure if people's positions will have been reshuffled, but it wasn't overly common. People were normally assigned to work in or around the immediate districts where they lived.
Oh, I was going to say it was more thinking in terms of like their family and things like that, who obviously could move and be in different locations.
I'm unsure, but my
We'll
hope
deal with it then.
is that I don't encounter any hostility, aggravation, or resistance leading through the main gatehouse.
Well, considering you've told your father that we're on our way, let's just hope he hasn't prepared like some weird giant fun fair. Look at my daughter! This is my daughter! Yeah, he wouldn't have done that. Definitely
No,
not.
that is
Next
not
day,
happening.
okay, look at my daughter! My daughter! But
I've never met the man, but that is not something I couldn't stack the odds to make that happen. I wouldn't put a bet on that.
My father is a lot like me, so no.
Do you want to be smuggled into town?
No. I'm not interested in letting this situation get the better of me. I'm merely ensuring that you're all aware.
If
also,
things happen, we know why.
Also, something I forgot to mention, y'all would still, if anyone was paying attention, realize that Storm has not put her Xel'nari outfit back on. She's still
I
wearing...
thought no one had.
no idea if
last
anyone
4
else
weeks.
took out, but Storm's still wearing the sash that her father gave her.
Yeah, you changed that one over.
Yeah.
I thought the part of the plan was, obviously if we're trying not to be noticed, then Xel'nari traveling through the back roads.
very, very incognito.
But she's
However-
still...
However, you might have started doing that before the rest of the party did. from
Correct,
the
she
sound of
did
it.
on the way down the mountain.
Yep.
Yeah, she did that on the way down, and she didn't change. And... Oh yeah, so she'll pike up here and go, I think I may need to be smuggled into city.
Why?
Because
She looks at you, looks down at herself, flicks her tail, and just
And you're with a bunch of Xel'nari agents? This should be fine.
Is it a crime
Oh.
to not be registered when you're going into the town?
Yes. They know that slave trade happens in the slums of Tanzanite. It is outlawed here, but they know that it happens anyways. And so all people who enter legally must be registered at their point of entry, whether it be via port or by road.
Storm, I don't think you need to be as worried about that. I was speaking to some of your kin before we disembarked. A few of them were planning on journeying to Tanzanite once your home got close enough, and your home is faster than us. So people have already seen.
That is a sentence I never thought I'd hear. Your home is faster than us.
when you're
I mean,
I
not
like
wrong.
noodles.
So people in Tanzanite will have already seen some of your people entering and mingling.
In theory.
Oh, that'd
Bard
be
plus
hilarious to
Barders.
watch.
Plus Barda's already here. Let's avoid her for a bit.
she gets kind of like excited for just a fraction. Like you just, it's not obvious. It's just her ears at the mention of Barda just go, like,
Oh,
Add
I'm not gonna be
attention.
able to avoid Barda.
and then she tries to play it off like,
Oh yeah. During this point, I will move over to Sam and Blake. What are we doing?
We've got a few options. I disguise myself, or I dress up as you if we're going in as Xel'nari.
You mean
You dress up as Actually, is this-
yourself?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I dress up as myself. The Xel'nari me, and you disguise yourself.
I think this is actually the smartest way to do this. Is that Sam? And she turns to Samantha. You should let your brother wear your attire and dress as you have been pretending to be him. You and Kovek should go in as Xel'nari. The rest of us can enter separately as just normal people entering the town. I will do my best to pass as just simple cat person, and I do not have to speak common. My people do not speak common, so I can just be person. I can go in with Mug and Sam, turning towards Samuel. Oh no, Samantha. Sorry, sorry, I'm getting confused on who's dressing as who. You can
You're
come with
welcome.
us too and be like cat or bird.
We
Or
would technically need to give our
mouse.
correct and actual name, but there's a thing of if we then get caught up within something and we've not given the correct information, that's gonna
Well,
jail.
you, as far as the Xel'nari are concerned, are your brother, or at least as far as anyone else is concerned. And as far as everyone else is concerned, your brother, or you, has been in hiding and unreachable and unfindable for a very long time. As long as we make sure you are not seen together, who are they to question who is who?
This is true, but at the same time, depending on what our father's put out, and I'm gonna hazard a guess our father's got an outpost over here, that potentially giving my name up with the last name might alert certain people.
Not your name, Samuel's name. You are Samuel right now. Or at least as
Yeah,
far as the Xel'nari and your father is concerned.
I mean, in terms of, but the
No, you are not here, Samantha. As far as records go, you are not here. Samantha is
Ah.
in hiding. As far as
so
records,
who am I?
you are
You are a
nobody.
cat.
You're a cat. Or a bird or a mouse. You could join Mr. Nibbles.
Or invisible if you like.
I'm just gonna go live in someone's pocket. I think it'll be easier.
Yeah.
For a few hours.
Oh!
Kovek,
How long will registration
Yes.
take?
if someone is not registered, and they are caught, is it the sort of thing which they would be charged a fine, or would they be arrested and spend time in jail?
We do have a slavery and people smuggling issue. The main problem would be if somebody were to be hiding in some kind of case or container and were found, it would be perceived as people smuggling or slavery.
What if they
And then-
just walked through and the guards didn't notice?
You
don't
would be
think very
assumed criminal.
You clearly don't think very highly of the guards in Tanzanite, then.
No, but you forget Mug is awesome.
Okay. Hang on. Hang on.
Guards only see what they see. If someone invisible, then they just walk through.
Let us remember.
Unless they've got some detections.
Let us remember that Sam is in hiding. So we need to make sure that at least one of you is only visible at any time, and you're both Samuel.
Just
That's gonna get real complicated real quick.
Not
We
really.
can only
You can turn into
Have I-
animal, and Samuel is very good at staying hidden.
I mean, I'm also real good at staying hidden. Just saying.
this does.
But-
We could take turns.
See, you can take turns.
Yeah.
But also, is big city.
I'll be a cat.
As long as you're not together, no one's gonna know the difference. You're both Samuel.
How about
I could be
Yeah,
a cat.
okay.
You be Sam. Then when I swap out, you're cat and I'm Sam.
This does raise.
you know what? As long as we get enough time to have like a little sleep between these periods, it's fine. I don't want to really be using polymorph as well as an extra just in case.
Just
Yeah,
I'll become a dinosaur. I don't know what they look like.
The thing is, though, that once we make it to Xel'nari, we can talk to them about your situation. Maybe Barda can actually help us.
Oh yeah, we'll talk. We'll barter
Yeah,
that
but
situation.
for your security and protection, I think this is a circumstance where it is important that you are not known to be in the city. You cannot give
Yes,
your
no,
own
that's
name.
exactly what I was
Yeah.
bringing up.
So
But then being what and how is another matter. But cool.
it's okay.
Got a plan.
Yeah.
I'm down with plan.
Also,
Let's do this.
I just remembered something. In the morning, I'm going to need one of you to bring my compass into the city.
In the morning. Why can't we just do it now?
Oh, we're going in now. I thought we were going in morning.
Oh, actually, do we know that you can do the thing?
Technically, yes.
Oh, so you're going to do the thing, are you?
Yeah, I do not
Okay.
feel... I do not yet feel ready.
I mean, can we go in there as well? That'll be funny if we could all just be in there and hide.
Not yet, but also it's not something she knows how to do.
No, that's why Sam was doing is like a joke, hypothetical.
But if there is any item in which you do not wish for anyone to perceive, I can bring with me into Compass.
Hmm.
It will be safe there. I have stored some of my things in there. They don't seem to come out unless I bring them out with me. Might be good. Something we want to keep safe.
So, what I think we're talking about is 2 Xel'nari agents, 1 Vidalcan, 1 Halfling, their trusted half-orc consultant, and 5 horses go into town.
Oh yeah, we have the horses.
Oh,
No.
just
When
Is that what we're out? That's what that will be seen, I think.
yes,
No.
Mug.
I think that the Xel'nari should go separate. You take 3 horses and say that your companion, Selai...
And then your compass takes another horse?
No. Why would they put horse in Compass?
I think all
no,
the
but-
horses that came out that need to go back all need to go in at the same time so they're registered together. Otherwise, that might
They
seem
could be
odd.
spare horses.
Hang on.
Well, you
I
do
would-
have a spare horse because you have the one that was prepared for Thalai.
Well, we wouldn't have taken that.
Did he
Yeah.
not take that with
Yeah.
him?
I doubt it's big enough.
Honestly,
I
I
recall-
don't think we would have taken that many horses. Also, I presume the 2 Sams would have either shared together or with someone else. Storm would have insisted on less horses rather than more horses. We wouldn't have had 1 each.
I would have assumed the 2 Sams would have taken their own horses just to spite each other.
Yes, but then Storm would have made them share with someone else. So they either shared with each other or shared with someone else. Mug
Just-
probably needed his own, so Storm and Kovac probably shared a horse with one of the Sams each on the way. So that's 3 horses.
I need you all to be aware of something.
Mm.
There are magical detections upon the gate.
Upon each gate.
Upon the gates to
That's
enter
what I thought.
Tanzanite, there are magical defenses. I do not know the full extent of them, but based on my experience, and I was on that post a few times. I have seen the defenses register magic items and illusions.
Ah, Kovac,
So don't use those.
but my compass should not perceive differently than your bag of holding, maybe.
Well, if they see bags of holding and any extra dimensional spaces, they will be searched.
But how? They cannot know what is inside.
They can. The defenses will see them as magic items, and they will inquire.
Are they going to put a person live in bag? What they expect to be in bag?
You could survive 10 minutes inside one of those spaces.
I can
That
just
could
hold
be
my
in-
breath forever, I think.
Do
I have not
Exactly.
found the limit. I once held it for 3 days. It was kind of
When
cool.
you're in your compass, does that have a time limit?
Actually, I better check that because I don't know. I can't remember now.
So
I don't think
my,
it does, but it might be an hour.
my recommendation is just walk in, own it. We are Xel'nari. In my experience, I have not perceived any issues with internal affairs. Sam's, I wouldn't be concerned about any of the guards reporting to your father.
You wouldn't?
I would not be concerned about that
Why not?
because I worked amongst the guard for a long time. Internal affairs is not a large department.
You did mention that they would have like magic detecting. Considering changing into animals isn't necessarily magic, but it does mean we are not our true form.
I don't
So,
know to what extent
So
the
we
defenses would work.
Samantha turns into a bird. We tie the compass to the leg of the bird. She flies over the wall to like a public park, changes back.
Storm, your reluctance to be seen entering the city continues to confuse me.
I have concerns still about... We are not exactly a common group. I fear that my presence among you will make your entrance into the city more easily recognizable as our group that has been traveling in this direction.
I respect that. However, this is the largest city in the world. This is a cultural melting pot. The guards on their post see more exotic beings than you daily.
Okay, Kovek, before me, how many of my kind have you ever seen in your life?
Ash?
Ooh, actually, there is a chance. Give me a sec.
Yeah, I think maybe one.
Yes, there is the chance that you have actually seen a Leonin of her race before in the city.
One.
So in the biggest melting pot, you have only seen one.
How many years were you a god?
A guard? 2.
Okay, how long have you lived in the city?
40 years.
And you only saw one other of my kind?
For a large portion of that, my routine was rather rigid. Our people are quite insular in many ways.
Did you hear whispers? Communications? Rumors?
I fail to see how a catman would be of great academic or magical inquiry.
My people do not leave the island. They were surrounded by a storm for generations. Not a single one of them who had left had returned. And we had a very, very small list of those who attempted to leave or were exiled. And I say we, I mean the monks, and the monks, it technically was a list that was not meant to be perceived by me. But that's okay, it's not a thing we talk about.
It was not considered worth cultural discussion. I only say one because I traveled a lot. I believe I saw this person passing through a market one day.
My point is that no matter if it has been seen before, my kind are so uncommon that it will stand out. The rest of you are far more common, no matter how uncommon. You are from these lands. I am not. My people are not. Maybe Wenua has arrived here already, and there are my kind wandering around, but we don't know that yet. We don't know if they have made connections in person.
We can find out.
I would rather
I've got to
be
say,
safe.
Tanzanite's a good place to go to get lost and never be found. There's So many people here that people don't really spend much time looking at you.
It's huge. The only reason I recall seeing the cat person at all is because I'm very intelligent.
And it would be very odd.
But that's the point. Better not to stand out at all if you can help it.
Okay. Just be advised. If you are inside your compass and it is seen as an extra-dimensional space by the guards, they will attempt to gain access. If them opening the compass causes you to fall out, that will be perceived as human trafficking, and we will all be arrested for people smuggling.
Ash,
Even if we are
Ashina.
Xel'nari?
We could be in disguise. We could have killed some Xel'nari agents and taken their uniforms. They don't know. They will arrest us first and then ask questions later.
I don't know if there's a way, by the way, for someone to force me out of the compass, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Also-
Hang on.
does the Xel'nari have any form of like diplomatic pouch? To use the modern equivalent.
You mean like a sigil or a rite of passage or something like that?
Or a thing of like, you can't open it up because it's protected diplomatic documents.
The only way to make me forcibly leave the compass is to destroy the compass. Also, Storm, to answer your question earlier, Mug would have said, I haven't learnt how long I can stay in there yet, but I haven't found a limit. Meaning she's not been in there long enough to know how long she can stay in there.
There's no like official pouch or anything like that, but there is definitely different nations perceive like almost like a level of diplomatic immunity. You know that the Xel'nari are seen as allies here, so it is generally assumed that they would be held with high standing, and there probably would be some level of diplomatic immunity.
Kovek,
Yes.
I believe that if you were dressed as Xel'nari and you walked in wearing my compass, it would not be seen as so unusual for the Xel'nari to be wearing trinkets of such kind.
Okay. Weighing all of these options, I think if you insist upon being hidden,
Could we get past the gates if we have a spokesperson?
Mark, please.
Because all I'm saying, if we can get a fish,
We are Xel'nari. They will let us in.
Kovek, if by some
good to see I can
miracle,
still break the GM.
I knew exactly where you were going with that.
Kovek, if anything should happen and I am forced to come out of the compass, just say that it is a ritual of my people that you did not wish to disturb, that I am in fact part of Xel'nari, or in Xel'nari care, and I was meditating.
Okay. Now, I did get a bit distracted. What were the two of you doing? And she points to the Sams. You were going to exchange being the one Sam?
Samuel
Back
is
and
in
forth?
fact going to be Samuel,
Mm-hmm.
and Samantha is no longer going to be Samuel, but maybe instead animal that enters city via different means. If we cannot take Sam through doors, then maybe fly over and meet us at Xel'nari.
I believe that has a higher than average chance for it.
Flying over shouldn't be a problem.
No,
That's how I got in the first time.
Sam, you will not be doing the flying. You will be doing the walking in. You ready to
No,
pretend to be
and-
Xel'nari?
No, just tell me what to be.
Why isn't Samantha still being Samuel?
I mean, I suppose she can still be Sam, but
She's gotten away with it for several years now.
Because if Sam is Sam and people ask Sam about Xel'nari, Sam not no answer.
because if we encounter anybody from their past, for instance, encounter father of them, would he not
I was at-
recognize the difference?
Didn't you see him at graduation? He didn't.
Father doesn't give many shits. To the outward appearance, all he cares about is money and results.
You are
And
correct.
people do
I
what
had
he says.
forgotten this.
Yes.
He was so insignificant an impression on me other than distaste that I had forgotten.
We've been trying to do that our entire lives. You know what? You're doing better than us.
Storm genuinely so unimpressed by him that she was like, I'm gonna yeet him from her memory.
Again, our entire lives.
Indeed.
Okay,
So
well,
we all.
Sam, if you wish to be yourself as your current self, as your brother, you can. And Sam, you can be as you did before to enter city. If this is more comfortable.
Sure. I mean, it saves us having to change. Let's do
Yes.
that. Make it easier.
Okay.
Okay. I just thought there would be more risk, that is all.
True.
Tell me
Um,
when and I shall
oh.
enter campus.
Yeah, Storm's a compass. Samuel's
I'm
a
a magical
bird.
item.
Samantha's a Samuel. Mug's a mug. And Kovek's a Kovek.
And the lies
Yes.
are not there.
And Thalai's a fond memory.
I can't hear you. I'm currently beating up a wyvern.
You'll have to speak up. I'm wearing a towel.
I kind of want it to like snap to like just a montage of Thalai like literally fighting a wyvern in the sky.
It's a
punching it in the face.
motherfucking montage.
One thing we will circle back to though is during the trip, Kovac would have made contact with Dear Papa.
Father.
Fish. Who's got a fish?
I think fish might actually be in short supply along your
at
travels,
some
unless
point
you brought one with
Storm
you.
would have hunted some rabbits or something. Before cooking it for dinner, you can have a conversation with your father, play with your food before you eat it, you know, that kind of thing.
It's a really weird
You know
thing
what?
to eat it after we've spoken with
You know
it,
what?
but eh.
Actually, there is something that I think Kovac would have experimented with. So she understands that the physical limitation of Speak with Dead is you can only use a head once every 10 days, right?
Hmm.
Over the course of our journey, would Kovac have would Storm have collected at least 10 rabbits?
I mean, if she's hunting for rabbits every night to make stews of some kind, then yes.
But
Okay.
yeah, that's a weird technicality because the target of the original spell was the thing that can only be used every 10 days. So it's, can you only speak to your father every 10 days? And you'll need to have 10 fathers to speak to one every day.
Kovac has
It's an
That
interesting technical.
hurt my brain.
so Kovac has successfully spoken to her father on like back-to-back days, but she would have first tested if she could use the same skull back-to-back.
Yes, it would work.
Okay, so now I think at this point Kovac just has like in her bag of holding a like pristinely white clean rabbit skull. So she just pulls that out.
Once every 10 days, just talks to her father.
No, every day if she wants to.
So you have 10 skulls.
No,
No,
this
no.
spell works.
It's not restricted. It's not
No.
restricted.
I was
Because
just
this is speak with dad instead of speak with
Yes.
dead.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so every night pulls out the rabbit skull and has a chat.
Kovic, well, can say that your mother has been quite successful so far.
Yes.
Has managed to find some knowledge on the DOS loot. I believe it could be repaired.
Good.
The drift globe, though, still remains a bit elusive at the moment. Though we believe we have found a gentleman in the Grand Marsh that possibly does know something about it. We'll be making contact with him tomorrow.
Excellent. Thank you, Father. I appreciate it. Would you be able to use your contacts to arrange a meeting for us in Her Majesty's court?
Oh, that would be quite difficult at the moment with things that have been happening, but we'll see what can be arranged.
Thank you, Father. Is there anything else that you need to tell me? We are short on time.
No, I don't believe, and it would cut out there.
Okay. So then, at some point during the journey, Kodak would have continued to be all like, so, have we got a meeting? And would have kept the party informed that upon our arrival, we. I imagine, given how busy she is, we have a concerningly narrow window of 5 minutes to talk to her.
Is he successful?
Father, he's not a high-ranking scribe, but he's been there for a while.
I was able to arrange something. You do have a short meeting with her. It was more of the fact that you were Xel'nari that was able to convince her of the fact. But it will be a quick one. You'll have to let me know what day you plan to arrive so we can actually tee up a time for it.
Yes, of course. Based on current estimates, we shall be arriving at this date.
It'd be hilarious if that's just when we're outside of town. We should be arriving in 2 hours.
Excellent. I shall arrange for it. Also, the contact in the Grand Marche did not work out very well. He was a bit of a scam artist. The amount he wanted for it was ridiculous. But through some other contacts, we have been able to find someone in the Collegium who could potentially do some repairs himself.
Excellent. I have the intact globe and the required material component to reinfuse it with magic. I just need well-practiced hands.
Very right.
Excellent.
I look forward to see. I think it's off. All right. So now we'll come back forward to the day that you are stepping into Tanzanite. So, for those playing at home, Tanzanite is the largest city of Ifindra. It sits outstretched on a large rocky outcropping that stands about 500 feet tall from the ocean level. So it is quite a sudden drop off the side. However, as you'll see on the southern, western, northern, and eastern ports, there are several crane apparatuses that are used to as pulley platforms for both cargo and people to travel from the lower area up to the northern, so the upper area. Whilst the upper city is quite well structured and laid out, and law is fairly well kept up there, the lower section or the port district is rather lawless. A lot more crime happens there, and the police force is a little bit harder to enforce it. It's kind of like the gangs outnumber the police, kind of thing. So it is a bit more of a dangerous area. However, in the major area, we have Le Baston, which is the main entrance. which is where all people are processed. Your stables and servants' quarters are typically found out here. Then we go into the trade district where Le Grand Marché is,
Can
or
you
the Grand Market.
like ping? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
This is one of the largest areas, and this is where you'll find all the traders and a lot of taverns and local populace doesn't live in this area as much. It is more outsiders coming in and out of the city who spend their time here. So all your taverns, your traders will be in this area here. To the left and right, we have the luxury district and the textiles district. Both are craft districts and typically have a higher class of living inside there. And then to the north of that is the Mason district, which works in more masonry or crafting of like furniture and such. And then the Maritime district, which is where the Weatherby Trade House is situated. It is actually quite a large one. It is the largest trading company in Ifindra, and so has very high standing. But basically, all of the maritime trade houses, naval shipwrights, and such operate out of that district. So yes, you definitely know where Sam's father's outpost is. It's not an outpost; it is more of like a palatial estate. It is. It's big.
Oh God.
Small people, big dreams.
Then we come to the inner ring where we have the embassy sector. That is where the Xel'nari embassy is also kept, is within there, and all dignitaries from other nations would stay in this area here. To the left of that, we have the religious sector. It's where most of the chapels are. There are still small chapels and shrines outside of this area, but the main churches and the clergies are typically within the religious sector. To the north of that is the infrastructure. That's kind of where most of the government is, that oversees everything that happens within the city. And then to the right of that is the courts sector, and that is all the legal side of things, as well as the main HQ for the police force. To the south of that is our education sector, and that is where all the collegiums are. And squared away in the part of that is the Videlcan Quarter. So the people of Kovek's people live within that area, that little purple area down here.
I thought it was like this is their entire place. Why is that so small?
Because it's not small. That is like a whole community lives within that area. It is a big area. This city is home to tens of thousands. It's huge.
So
I was thinking
not,
it was mostly Vidalcans.
not completely to scale.
no,
No,
these are
not
like
completely.
clusters that represent
Yeah.
a much larger space than is able
Also-
to see.
Presumably, most Vidalcans live in Tanzanite, but not most of Tanzanite are Vidalcans.
Yes, correct.
Got you.
Yeah, there is a small population of Videlcan who live within this area, and they live almost primarily within the Videlcan Quarter. As Kovic will be able to explain, they were kind of gifted this area specifically to them as they brought steam power to Tanzanite. So they are kind of going through almost an industrial revolution at the moment where they are converting from using magic to fuel their cranes and other machinery to using steam power to run their machines. And because of that, the Videlcans were the ones who invented the technology. They have been gifted a more palatial area and higher standing, as the good queen has realized their value and wants to hoard that value away for herself before the rest of the world can get access to it, so she can monopolize off it, because she is nothing if not cunning. Down to the east, we have the Planetaria, which is the central hub for like scientific and magical study. There is housed within there a colossal orrery, which is a giant model of the solar system, a functioning model of the solar system, where they are able to accurately predict dates and stuff like lunar eclipses and such by basically winding the machine up and operating it. So an interesting hub of knowledge there. And then in the shores, even from this distance, you can see the dozens of ships out in the harbour, which not mapped here, but out in the harbour. One which I should have put on here, but I've put it on another map. To the left or to the north of the southern port, you can see the gigantic emissary of the seas, which is basically the capital ship of Tanzanite or Bolivia, the flagship of the Royal Navy. That controls the area. It dwarfs every other ship by a mile. It is colossal in size. It would be, if you are familiar with maritime ships, it would be considered bigger than a first rate or a ship of the line, which was one of the largest ships at the time.
And on this map, where would the Xel'nari be?
They would be within the
the
emissary
emissary.
sector.
Yeah. Just wanted to clarify. I presumed as much, but I wanted to clarify.
But yeah, that pretty much sums up most of Tanzanite. Of course, then there is the Palace de Tans, which is where our good queen lives, and where her royal estate is. But you will be approaching from the front gates, where you will need to join one of the lines of caravans coming from the main roads. It is pretty easy for you to just blend into the crowd, however, as there are, even out here, about 60 or so people moving back and forth with a number of carts, both leaving and entering the gates. There does seem to be a bit of a hold up at the gates where people are having their carts searched and papers inspected. But eventually you do make your way up and join the queue, and eventually you get to the gatehouse yourself, where you were. Yes.
But before we're like in Quebec would have popped in a detect magic, just because I want to see a little bit more about the defenses.
Also, when did we have the conversation about how we're getting in? The night before? Because I thought it was the night before.
Yeah, that was
Sounds good.
The night before, Storm, before they go to sleep, will actually turn to Samuel.
Okay, not me.
Samuel. I thought about which Sam for a second. I don't know. Samuel. And she'll go to him and go, before we sleep, can we experiment something?
Yeah, well.
I'm going to use the compass. And will you test if you can wild shape?
I can wild shape, no problem. What do you mean?
Well, when you change into animal, all of your things you are wearing, do they not?
Oh, you mean like if I'm holding... Yeah, that could be interesting. Let's give it a go, see what happens.
I don't know if it will work.
Do you want to really be in the compass, though? Because what happens if it goes bad? I don't want to be responsible for killing you by accident.
What could be the worst that happens? I'll probably just pop out, or it won't work.
5 minutes later, drifting in the astral sea.
Oh, Spelljammer game.
Look,
I get that that's like what should happen, but like, what if that doesn't happen? Like, what happens if like, I don't know, I get stuck like that for some reason, or like it.
only one way to find out.
Cut Sam to it. I don't want to be responsible.
Storm just looks at
No, I
him
don't
and
want
goes...
Sam to be responsible either.
Storm just looks at him and goes, I thought you were not a coward. I'll go ask
I'm
your
not a
sister.
cow-
And wanders off to find Sam.
You hear in your head, I'm not a bloody coward, I just don't want to kill you.
She just goes, I'm not afraid. And sticks out her tongue. And then goes over to Samantha and goes,
Remember that conversation Ash had with us earlier about provoking and...
she was being playful. And she did try to make that obvious she was being playful.
I know.
But she does go over to Samantha and go, okay, your brother wouldn't do it because he was too scared. But will you wear my compass while
Do
I'm
what?
in it and then change into animal?
I see. Here's the thing: if I wear it while I transform, it'll become a part of me. And if you decide to burst out during that, you're gonna kill me.
Why would I burst out? I'm very comfy. Oh, you have not seen. Okay, let me describe it to you. The inside of my compass is actually really comfortable. There's a little table
Just put
in
it in the
there.
bag of holding.
lot
It's
of-
fine.
But then I got to hold my breath.
Wait, would I actually know about the whole dimension into a dimension thing?
Probably not.
Yeah, put it in the bag of holding. It's fine.
I don't want to go in the bag of holding. I don't. I value my compass way too much for that.
Then I'll just ask someone to wear it normally.
No, that's what the plan is. But if it works, isn't this better?
One second. Could have been up hours ago anyway. Ahem. Sorry, what? What's going on?
Nothing. We're waiting.
Yeah. So I'm just like, you either one, put it into the bag of holding,
No.
or two, give it to Kovac to wear. I don't know what will happen if I transform and you're inside of me, something happens and we both have to burst forth. I don't want to suddenly having a cat bursting forth from my chest like a weird. I don't know what that is. We don't know what it would do. I don't trust it. No offense. I
You
see
You
where
hear
you're
in
going.
your you hear in your head, but you can see Sam doing the see, I told you, but
And
it's in your head.
Storm just like looks at you with like the blankest. She checked out like 30 seconds ago, a minute ago. As soon as you started being all like no, but no, but no, she checked out. She looks at you, looks at your brother. Goes, "You're just as boring as each other. No sense of
Rude.
adventure." And she just goes and curls up in a ball somewhere else. Grumpy. No one would. No
I'm
one
gonna
would.
paint a dick on her head one day.
Just shave it into the fur.
Oh no! You put something on that she can wash off, not something that has to grow back.
If you shave her, she will be very angry, Cat.
So we're in the line.
At that point, Storm would already be in her compass then.
On Kovac's person?
Or Sam's, depending on who decides to hold it.
Well, it depends who's in animal shape.
Not you.
I'll hold it.
All right. So you make your way up to the front entrance. Downtown. For once, it's actually a town.
We're going
Fucking fast!
We're literally going downtown right now.
No, we're going
We
uptown.
are.
We're going
Can we
to-
change while we're coming in?
I will flip the entire map for you.
I will flip
it
this
in the
entire map.
Whoa.
Tabaxi Sean is a Tabaxi Scorn. That's great. Oh,
there.
God.
Wow, custom. You say that and you don't even respond. Sub. There we go, brain. Jesus fuck.
You make your way to the entrance, and you are eventually stopped as the next in line. You can see that they have been fairly thorough with checking carts and bags for possessions to see if anything is illegal contraband. Occasionally, you do have see someone pulled aside for further questioning on some of the stuff that they have brought in. As they wave you forward, the first thing I'll ask is, are you in Xel'nari uniform?
Yes.
No, because I don't have one.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I carrying my brother? I forget if he's a cat, isn't he?
He's going to fly over the top as a bird.
Oh well. Good
Just,
luck to
you know,
him.
over the outside. The guard steps forward. Now, the guards here at the front gate, quite heavily armored. Most are in half plate, with blue sigils upon their chest of Tanzanite. Though they do look quite formal, they are definitely designed for functionality over form. and so you get the distinct impression that these guys are at least well trained. Kovac, you know that inside the city itself, the police force typically wear nothing more than leather if they do wear armor at all, as it is generally considered safer within the walls than outside. As you are waylaid, well met, Xel'nari members.
Yes,
Do you have your papers upon you?
of course. You know Kovac has papers.
Oh, yes. All of the papers.
What sort of papers would they be? Would Mug know what sort of papers they're referring to?
Kind of like a passport of sort, some kind of proof of identity.
Well,
Okay.
Mug has a contract with Kovac, which she can produce.
Well, Mug has travelled through here before, so he does have some form of.
Yeah, you would have. You would definitely have
yeah.
some papers.
Yeah.
For the Xel'nari members, their ones would officially state them as members of the Xel'nari. Now, of course, these are just pieces of paper with names upon them. They don't have photos or anything of such.
I just realized something. You know what's great? Storm can be sitting in the compass playing her bagpipes and no one's there to stop her or hear it and complain.
I mean, this is true.
We
Yeah, I
just
don't
hear
know.
the sound of an out-of-tune buzzing bee.
Wow,
we just-
she's fucking proficient at that shit, man.
We just like have a collective silence, like bagpipes are being played. Just no. Just no.
Just a shiver down the spine. The papers that the Xel'nari members have on them actually do have a bit of magic upon them that does identify them as being legitimate. So hard to be forged without knowing the spell that is used to cast upon them, the seal upon them. Kovac, you do notice that there is a number of barriers up here of magical detection glyphs that you are stepping across. Looking over them, they definitely seem capable of detecting illusions, detecting magical items. You also notice there is a faint shimmer, only really noticeable with Detect Magic up, of a barrier that seems to detect whether or not someone is in a disguised form as well.
Ah, nipples. Oh wait, good.
You're not
Yeah, he
disguised.
Let's realize I'm not. We're
Yes.
good. We're okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Also, as a side note, I'm pretty sure if anyone identifies the compass, it just says that it points in the direction of a specific location and that it is a magical, like, what are they called? Focus.
Arcane focus, yeah.
Arcane focus. I don't think it gives more information than that.
He simply looks over the paperwork. I assume, Mug, you put your ones forward as well?
Yep.
And after a moment, he nods and anything to report, anything of contraband. You notice you have a bag of holding upon you.
Yes.
Anything
It's
we should know about? Anything unsafe?
The contents of this bag is of a sensitive nature, and it is to be and will be immediately remanded into the safe hands of Xel'nari HQ once we have entered.
Very well, very well. I will get you to make a persuasion check for me, please.
Can I get advantage by like flashing my horn, as it were, because Kovac has like an
City guard horn.
Yeah,
an
the city guard
embossed
horn. Yeah.
city guard horn.
I will give you advantage for that. Yeah,
Also-
he would immediately recognize that.
In a lovely reversal of roles, Mug is standing beside Kovac, nodding and smiling.
Amazing.
13.
13.
Not bad. Not bad for Kovac.
He looks it over for a moment, and you can see that he's thinking about questioning it. And he goes, "All right, as long as it goes straight to the embassy. We've had a few pressing matters of late in the docks, and so were a bit more skeptical about what's coming in. But you are Xel'nari, so it should be fine. Very well. You're clear for it?
Thank you very much.
I also just remembered that you still have the corpse of a Xel'nari member inside the bag.
I was about
Oh,
to
yeah.
ask if there was a body in there.
That's why
Classified. It's classified. It's Xel'nari
It's
classified
technically true.
information.
That
There
is
was a
why
reason.
it's-
There's a reason I tried to get Barda to take it because Barda was heading back to HQ. But no, she didn't want it.
we are not producing a long dead body in this line. There will be a panic.
It is also far more preserved, we'll say, in the bag of holding because lack of air, lack of insects, lack of anything to decompose it.
All right. You enter within the city walls. You can immediately hear the sounds of horses and a bit of the smell of stables. Unfortunate that you cannot be rid of them. Why did that stop?
We would have only had 3 horses, by the way.
Yes. The one thing you notice immediately upon entering within the city is that architecture and agriculture seem to be 2 major factors here. The city has got a beautiful array of trees, flora and fauna that make up the area. Flowers upon pretty much every doorstep and windowsill, and the buildings themselves are highly decorated in colors. Color definitely seems to be an important factor here. You can actually see that several people are currently going around placing up banners and tapestries at the moment, almost as if they are preparing for a festival.
And I just jokingly look around and be like, I mean, I was joking about your dad doing a thing.
The parade won't be for a few more weeks. It happens every year.
Oh, when I was
Okay.
here, I heard some stories about it. It gets, yeah, it's like a festive thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is a cultural forum where people of different cultures can present their uniqueness to the city.
Oh, I just heard people got drunk.
Oh yes, it's hell to police.
It's a week-long festival, so yes, it's hell for police.
So it's basically Oktoberfest.
Slightly less alcoholic, but yes.
Combined with a bit of New Orleans Mardi Gras.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that would be a good way to depict it. That's an interesting festival. Just
Hi, Fidget. Well, you want to try some? I guarantee you won't like it. She's
trying
sniffing
to
my
pitch
toast.
the combination of Mardi Gras and like lederhosens and stuff like that.
I take it back. Fidget likes the Vegemite. She is truly an Aussie cat.
Wow, something wrong with that cat.
I let her lick my toast. She really likes
Alright.
spread.
So you are in the stable district, so you know that you were asked to leave the horses here with the stables and inform them to be returned. And you can see there is a secondary gate within. This gate does have guards posted there, but they just seem to be observing as people come back and forth rather than checking papers, except for those who are leaving the city. That's where they seem to be checking papers, is people.
So we return the horses and keep going.
Alright. You step inside the main gates, and this is where you truly understand. I mean, for Kovac, this is just a feeling of home, but for those who have not been there or not been there in some time, you truly understand the scale of the city. Most of the buildings here are 3 to 4 stories tall, sprawled out across the big roads. You can see merchants peddling their wares on every corner. Stores with shop fronts with a number of different pieces of furniture, clothing, ornate items, different magical devices. There is a little bit of everything here, and there are people everywhere you look, literally everywhere. Kovac, you would know that especially around the Grand Market, that pickpocketing is rampant. Whilst heavy crimes are not really done here, petty crimes such as theft are quite common. Storm, you realize now. Well, actually, no, you're still in the.
Nope, I can
compass, so
see
you don't
and
see.
hear. No, I can see and hear
Oh,
everything.
that's true. You can, yes.
Yep. So long as the compass is
sitting here.
out around her neck and visible, I can see everything in that perspective.
Yeah, you would see now why they were not so concerned about you being able to blend in. There are so many people here that no one is drawing a second look. Everyone is too busy going about their day to really do anything. If you were to just simply wear a hood over your ears, most people would probably not even spare you a second thought. It is simply too busy. So I'll move you up to here.
Yes. I think
Oh, no, the real reason was because she didn't want to put on a Xel'nari outfit.
That's fair.
She just didn't want to say that.
as we begin to weave through this area, Kovac will she'll relax ever so slightly. She'll say, mind your coin purses, and everyone. This is a bit of a hotspot. However, I'll be right back. And she just vanishes off into the crowd, and returns a minute later and has like half a dozen things of meat on a stick.
They're awesome. And Mug will go
What?
over and like grab half of them, and then like hand some back. Did you get the sauce?
Yes, of course.
Yep.
I spotted one of my favorite vendors, and I can resist. Here.
So, on that note, did anyone actually give anything to Storm to put in the compass with her?
Not to my
Items
knowledge.
No.
for safekeeping, weapons, anything like that. Okay.
No.
You've got the bag of holding for that as well.
Yes. So I think at this point, Kovac like holds the stick in front of the compass and just like goes ding ding ding.
Yep, no response.
How hilarious would it be if like this cat paw just reaches out, grabs it, and drags it back?
Or as you're trying to eat it, this paw just like swipe, take.
Right. We best make it to the Xel'nari headquarters ASAP. It should be right down this main thoroughfare.
The conversation would have been that Storm won't come out until we get to Xel'nari, basically. Prior.
Okay.
So,
And
you're not surprised when she doesn't come out.
And yeah, as we're going along, Mug will say, "Yeah, you're not kidding about the pickpockets in this area. I got robbed twice."
yes. No. Normally.
Actually, that leads to an interesting interaction that just happens.
Oh, someone's getting robbed. As I said, I got robbed twice. Someone's trying to rob me.
Quite literally, someone is robbing you, and the only person who is perceptive enough to have noticed this is in the
Storm.
compass.
Yeah.
Which I would have noticed and just been like, he didn't need it anyway. They're just gonna steal his money. What does he need money for? The one person
Sam,
who
I told
doesn't
you
see
your training would fail.
the one person who doesn't see the value in currency.
Ash,
Yes.
how relevant is my City Watch / investigative background feature Watcher's Eye? I'm experienced. I have experience
Ooh,
in
yes.
enforcing the law and dealing with lawbreakers. I have a feel for local laws and criminals. I can easily find the local post of a watch or a similar organization and can just as easily pick out dens of criminal activity. Would that give me a certain bump for potentially spotting a pickpocket?
You know what? I will give, rather than give you anything for that, I will give them disadvantage as they are trying to steal from someone right in front of a police officer.
Mhm.
All right. Sam, you also notice this now. It is below your passive perception, so you notice this. You don't say anything.
The silence
Wow.
speaks volumes.
All I'm gonna say,
I can
If,
speak
if
up. I
the
can
lie
speak
was
up.
there and he saw it happening, he would have told you, Mug. Just so you know.
Okay.
No,
so
no,
you
no.
know.
Sam will send a quick message into the head. And just be
if
like,
Storm wasn't
hey.
in the compass, she would have done something. She's in the compass. In her
I
mind,
also,
No.
she needs to wait until you get to Xel'nari. She can't do anything.
I also have a question for Mug.
Mhm.
Is the pocket watch wound up at the moment?
That I would have stopped feeding it coins after the
The original ones you
island.
did, Wugga in the Wagon?
So I don't think I've used it since the island, so it's probably back to.
Yeah, okay, so it's back to pocket watch form.
Yeah, no, I would mention, I'll send a quick message into Mug's head and just be like, oh, keep your hands to your pockets.
I will go and, like, if there's someone trying to pickpocket, I'll try and use my big orky hands to, like, grab their hand and hold it in place. And
Actually, would it
turn
be funny if I put the message directly into the person who's trying to do this and creep
Be
them
like,
the fuck
I
out?
see you.
I see you.
Who do you send it to? Is it to Mug or
I'm gonna.
the bandit?
Oh god, if I try
So
and do an intimidation.
what you notice is a small kid has just bumped into Mug.
Yeah.
A human kid who has got a hood over their face as well to try and hide their face. There are three of them all together, and they kind of all brushed past Mug at the same time. But you're noticing that one is reaching for the coin pouch.
The one that is. See, here's the thing. There's three of them. So I could try and do it into the one that's doing the coin purse. No, knowing Sam, it would be directly to the one trying to reach out for the coin purse.
Okay.
Trying to do a direct intervention.
Okay,
What do
you're
you
not
So the
warning
theory
Mug?
is if I can only do one at a time.
Okay.
Because if I can freak out the person going for the coin pouch, then I can go to Mug afterwards. Especially because the kids are probably gonna do something odd. It's just Sam's assumption. You freak someone
Yep.
out, they'll react in odd ways, mostly that other people can then see. So it's going to be directly into the person's head, and it's just going to be, you touch that, we touch your life.
I'll get you to roll me an intimidation, please.
Minus charisma, minus charisma.
I love that the most charismatic person outside of Mug is actually Storm.
Where's my D20? Here we go. Here we go. Okay, this rolled really well for me
With,
earlier.
I think, 12 in charisma.
So
13.
what's your modifier for charisma?
We don't talk about that.
Because I just go.
For -2.
So there is a
-2.
14-point difference between our two skill levels.
I'm rolling a dice. Okay, that's not the worst thing ever in the world.
Yeah.
It means it's 12.
Okay, well, you're very lucky that I rolled a 2. You see the kid basically, like, he's reaching for it and then just suddenly spin around and, like, look over as if he's just been, like, shoved out of the way. And he just calls out, "Watch it, you bugger!" And then turns and starts running off with the other two kids. But he did not go for the pouch.
Cool.
So as
and
I was
then-
saying, you really do need to be careful about pickpockets here, and Mug just keeps walking forward.
Yes, of course.
Now, what could have been bad is I just realized how much coin you actually have on you, Mug. You have most of the party's gold.
Yeah.
Oh, I
mean,
forgot that. I could have
Storm's
said that.
pretty packed.
I think
mostly
I'd
'cause she doesn't
prob-
spend it. Storm's doing pretty good. She just doesn't have anything to spend money on because she doesn't understand
Yeah.
the value. She's going to spend it all, I guarantee you, in the next day or two on fireworks.
Yeah.
Either that, or if Mug lost all his money, then he can call on Kovac to be sugar mama for a little while to pay back the debt.
I have 3 gold!
Yeah. Which means 1.5 goes my way.
I
So-
will. So I will send a quick message to Mug afterwards, and then to Kobe. Like, people individually, like this, they'll be like, "Yeah, those kids were pickpockets. You gotta be real careful. Put the money in the bag of holding or something."
She'll say, if you're curious, I know a trick. I imagine guards would just have a good trick for this. She has like a second belt under her doublet, which kind of sits a bit longer. So she'll just have her pouch on a really short string and just spin it around to be hanging kind of flush with her back. So it's more or less not visible or accessible because it's just hiding under the fabric.
The medieval equivalent of a fanny pack.
Yes.
Or
Or
in Storm's case, the best defense is don't have a coin pouch. Just empty it all into your backpack. What are they going to do? Ruffle through and get 1 gold? Good luck.
Or
Am
as my druid did in our Crow Castle game, fill his backpack with manure and then shove the coins in.
Amazing. Oh, we got raided.
Great
Oh.
deterrent.
We've got
Hello!
2 separate raids at the same time.
Oh my god.
Hello, welcome in.
Hey.
3 raids actually.
Shoo-shoo.
Oh,
Oh my god.
participation award as well. Hello, participation
Hey,
award.
welcome
Welcome.
in.
Ooh,
Shoo.
participation award.
Welcome, Aussie Dev Pro and Josie
Amazing.
Poser. I don't want to bastardize that, but I think
Oh, we
I
got
may
2
have.
raids at the same time.
3!
3 raids.
3. Oh no, there's too many things for me to do.
It's
How many
Hello.
They're all
shout
from the same. They're all from the same thing, I think, aren't they?
everyone should go give them some love because they are
Who should I
some-
shout out?
All of them.
Everyone.
They all stream
I c- it-
together doing D&D themselves and they run a pretty awesome
Yes.
campaign. You guys should give them some love. Just put it out there.
Oh, we have just been followed by a cuddly raptor.
I
Which
love
is the
that.
best name ever.
The
Can we
best
have
name
a
ever.
new? We have a new magical item called the Cuddly Raptor. I'm just saying. You cuddle it, and then it sends out a wave of like calm emotions or something. Or like you
therapy
hug it,
raptor.
and then it's it's like it does the whole like, and then it just like those bears that have the really cute face, and you put them and go,
No, it's just a little like plush toy that wraps itself around you.
ah, yes, yes, yes.
Okay,
We see
I mean,
how
look,
we're going.
you know, someone can redeem the magic item and attempt to bring this into the game. So you know,
I can't do that.
No, you cannot. But
I did have a
Hello,
question
everyone,
about
and
the
welcome.
town we're in when you get a
Yes.
chance.
Yes, go ahead.
So is this, when you're saying it's a big bustling metropolis, are we talking like multi-story buildings? Are we getting like a
Yeah,
kind
almost
of New
every
York
building.
vibe without the skyscrapers?
Yeah, almost every building here is like 3 to 4 stories tall, which
Yeah.
for a town of this age is kind of unheard of a bit. But no, the place is massive. There is just people everywhere. There's people hanging out the windows, preparing for the festival as well, getting their banners and everything up, making sure that all their colors are all beautifully resplendent and prepared. It's the foot traffic here is crazy. Like you can see a few carts being moved through, but they are moving slowly as they have to wait for the crowd to kind of swell around them and then come back together behind them as they slowly move their way through. Most of it is done by hand cart. As you make your way down the main road into the gatehouse for the embassy sector, you are again requested to show papers showing that you are Xel'nari members, and then you are permitted through and directed in the direction of the Xel'nari embassy, which is actually tucked away over in the corner just over here. As you step through into the next wall, you notice one thing immediately is that the wall kind of acts as almost a sound dampener. This area here is far less populated than the Grand Marché. There is still a lot of people moving back and forth, and you can see here that it's very obvious that this is an embassy sector. You can see several different embassies built specifically in design of their home territory. And a number of the people moving through this area clearly wearing colors of their homeland, and you can see the different races represented. You see particularly a large elven group moving through, who all kind of give you a courteous nod as they pass by. You know that the elves are quite friendly with Xel'nari as well. As you make your way towards the Xel'nari embassy, it's more of the plane of the buildings around here. Still decorated. You can see that they have already prepared decorations for the festival, as they like to keep up with local traditions. But the building itself is not as exotic or extravagant as the other buildings in the area, which makes it a little bit nicer. Not necessarily, a bit stands out a little bit more. It is a two-story building. It is still quite large, and you can see that there is a bit of a terrace on top, where you can see it looks to be about 2 or 3 Xel'nari members upon the roof. As you step inside the building itself, the hustle and bustle of outside is almost immediately drowned off, as you can just hear the soft water of a fountain to one side, and the courtyard here has got a number of Xel'nari members, as well as a few members of the local populace who are obviously reporting something or sharing information that they have found, as is custom at most of these outposts. As you step inside, you are greeted by a dragonborn, dressed in fine robes. Welcome, welcome, well met, fellow Xel'nari members. How may we be of assistance today?
We need to report in to whoever's in charge. There's been
Psst,
a
also
lot
Barda.
of developments since we arrived. Also, if Barda is in attendance, we wish to speak with her as well.
Bada Maeve?
Yes?
She did pass through and deliver a report only a week ago. No, it would have been 2 weeks ago. She has moved back on. She said she had pressing matters and had to return to HQ in person.
Of course.
Though she
Insight.
did not request use of the magic circle, which was strange. She said she had a vessel available to her.
Storm snickering inside the compass still.
There's a functional circle between here and HQ?
Of course, yes.
That's an evil face.
Do you know the spell yet?
No, but I have access to 5th level spell slots now. Oh, the possibilities this city affords someone like
I
me.
trust you have your reports ready to go.
Of course, and Kuroko will reach into the bag of holding and pull out like this thick stack of books and just be like.
He looks at it for a moment and blinks and puts his hand up on it and like slowly kind of like pushes it down slightly. And he goes, "What is the urgency of this report?"
She'll whisper, "Demons."
He kind of looks around for a moment to see that none of the public listening, and then kind of looks to Mug, and then kind of pulls you away a little bit, not sure of who Mug is. He saw him walk in with you, but he's not dressed in Xel'nari robe, so he kind of pulls you away for a moment and goes, "I should let you know that we've had several such reports of recent times. It is a bit of a more pressing matter. Perhaps you should go over to the planetaria. you should have a more instantaneous means of communication.
With the Grandmaster?
Well, not perhaps the Grandmaster, but the message can definitely be passed on to him. It's a more recent device that has been gifted to us. But yes, we have it is, what would we? How did he describe it? It is like a two-way scrying device.
Ooh. Who would be on the other end?
He's got a bit of a confusing name. He's a wizard who has recently joined the order.
Ah, yes. I believe I know the man.
But please say his name out loud just so we can compare notes.
And Mr.
No,
Holas.
let them say it.
It's-
Ah,
it's-
never mind.
Holius or Horus or
Holas Ramdeen.
Ramsdean.
I know him.
Yes, I'm not too sure. I'm not too familiar with him myself, but he has come up with the device and has put it into circulation at several of the major cities. And as the Collegium here has been working on it, it is currently housed at the Planetaria.
I see. I certain there's no one here who we should report to first.
You could report to myself, or he looks around for a moment, and then seemingly spots who he is looking for, and calls out to a gnome over, sitting off to the side. Xantix, my friend, come over here.
No, aside. No, aside.
I knew it was going to happen
We
immediately.
gotta do what we gotta do.
Less
I
than
have summoned
5
Kit.
seconds.
Have I summoned Kit? Is the one I'm curious about.
Yes, I'm coming, and he he walks over. It's like, yes, what is it? Yes,
You've
yeah.
been dealing with several of the reports recently of demon activity, I believe.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes, these members have come from. Where have you actually come from? I did not ask.
We were originally deployed from HQ, but have been on quite a journey across the continent.
Oh, I remember them. Not the half-orc fella, but the rest of them. They were a part of Barda's class. They graduated about a year ago now.
Yes. They did say something about Vada. Yes.
You know who we are?
Oh, I did a couple of lessons with you about 2 years ago, but then got sent over here. Apparently, Gorm didn't want me around anymore. There was something, made some kind of joke or another about bashing my head in about messing with his works or something. I don't know what he's talking about, of course.
History check on this ass. He said we took lessons with him. History check. Well, I rolled real bad. That was a 3.
Storm from inside the compass is going to do an insight check.
Is it a sign that you're really old if you have to make a history check to remember your own memories?
Never mind. Storm is
I rolled a
so thoroughly
4.
hid with flashbacks
So what?
of
Does
traumatized.
none of the party remember?
Mug should roll and get a natural 20 because he wasn't even there.
Yeah. But they would have heard us saying in passing, oh yeah, these were old classmates. Bum, 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 bum.
15.
All right.
It would be funny if none of us
you would like
remembered.
Oh wait, I
briefly
didn't.
remember a small class with him about like the importance and safety of using magical apparatuses.
I rolled an 18, so I would remember him. But I'm in the compass. But I rolled
Yes.
a 3 on insight, which is it's still a +8. 11.
Yeah. You definitely feel like the lesson on safety of using magical apparatuses was something that probably Hollis himself should have been taking, as you know that he has not been safe with his magical experiments.
I think Kovac would say, yes, I do recall your instruction. Growing up in the Darken Quarter, most of your introductory classes were kind of experienced firsthand as a child. I would have been interested to see your instruction continue.
Oh, yes, yes. But as I said, Gorm started making some jokes about bashing my head in because we had some disagreements about the forge or something. I don't know. It was that long ago. But anyway, I got sent out here, and, well, you know, I was other parts of Barivia too. But currently I'm here, and, yes, I've been handling all of those reports, quite a few of them. It's worrying, yes. Yes, indeed. And strange reports of strange devices as well. Bit concerning, yes. But this obviously is not the place to discuss that. I guess would you wish to I'm assuming I can use your office, of course.
Yes, of course, by all means.
Let's discuss somewhere a bit more private, shall we?
Yes, of course.
Come this way, and you'll see as he continues to walk off where he was sitting, where what looked like a metal statue, how still it was, of like this wolfhound with a saddle on its back, actually gets up and walks over to where Xantix is and follows him in this.
Wait, he's on what?
Irish wolfhound.
He's on a doggy?
He's not on a doggy, but he does have what was a metal statue is actually animated like construct of some kind that follows him once he steps away for a bit.
Irish wolfhounds are so big.
Oh yes, come this way, Karen. That's right. Good job. Come on. Yes, come on. We haven't got all day, I assume, especially if you've got reports to put in. Come on, yes. Come.
As you are walking away, Sam and Storm, you overhear someone else step forward to speak with the Dragonborn. He goes, Rolus, we've had yet more reports of the strange freakouts within the city. People claiming to have seen strange creatures or such. Yes, we've been having reports for the last month. Everything we investigate shows up with nothing, but very well add it to the pile.
That should not be a pile.
Says the person who just has a pile of paperwork backlog.
That is alphabetized.
Yes. So, for how Xantix actually looks, so he's very short, 3'4", and quite slight in frame. He has a very big, like, bald patch along his head, except for like around it's starting to thin out around the sides as well. But then the rest of his white hair is tied up into a ponytail behind his and goes down to his neck and over his shoulders. He's quite pale in the skin, but you will notice that on his hands and across one of his cheeks as well, there's like a weird marking of some kind, like some kind of burn has been put onto his face. But no, wouldn't know it that much because it's gunpowder burns. But as you people haven't been really around gunpowder that much, you probably
Well, apart from fireworks.
Yes. Yes, with hazel eyes. But yes, he said, "Now come. There's plenty of room, I think. Yes, this will have to do. It might be a bit cramped. Come." And he like gets this. Clearly, that's been set aside for someone his size. This cushion that he puts on the chair, and then he clambers up onto the chair, so he's sitting at the desk, so he can actually see everyone go like, "Now, reports about demons. What can you tell me?"
We were attacked by them in the mountains south of here. Also, actually, one moment. Covet's going to turn her back to him and will once again tap on the flippin' compass.
Storm is inside the compass, and she was considering coming out, and now she's like,
Why bother? Why bother?
But if Kovac
Kovac- Yeah.
like
if
rattles
you
her
don't-
around enough,
Yeah.
she'll begrudgingly come out.
I think what would cinch it is Kovac like picking up the amulet, the compass, so that your perspective of the world is just like
Storm. Storm.
And she'll sit there petulantly for like a couple of seconds, be like, and then she will pop herself out of the compass, sitting on the floor, cross-legged, arms crossed, like.
Ah,
Good.
yes, the cat one. Yes, I was
That's
wondering where you were, and where's the Goliath? I heard he won the graduation ceremony. I'm surprised he's not here with you.
we'll get to that.
Of course, of course. Right.
Storm just puts her hand out to Kovac.
As a slight aside, have we turned Storm into a Pokemon?
No, she has turned herself into a Pokemon.
Into a Pokemon.
Now you said demon attack. Many. Let's start from.
Well, which attack?
Well,
The time that they attacked us or the time we attacked them?
what came first? How about let's start with that, shall we?
Okay, in the beginning, we were in the mountains of the Dimmer Empire. Demonic wolven beasts attacked. We were able to escape with a member of their royalty and send her back to HQ.
What date was this? Sorry, and you can see he's got writing down.
Storm.
Kovac, you can go back further than that to the Bard.
Yeah, I was gonna say Storm will go.
Yes, of course.
Things started a lot before then. Also, she just looks at Kovac's stack and pushes it forward towards Xantex and goes, "Everything is there."
I appreciate that, but if we're talking demon matters in specific, it would make things a bit easier for us to expedite into a separate folder, as it may. This, of course, will get catalogued and we'll send back to HQ for all the processing and stuff, of course. But right now we're building a case because there's been many reports in Tanzanite that we've been receiving from our agents abroad. So we're building a case here. So instead of me searching through a very thorough stack.
You don't need to search. She'll like go through the pages and like a third of the way down, she'll pull out a much smaller document that's and go,
The cliff notes.
This is most of the pertinent information.
Flick through. So which one was this one? Sorry.
This is basically every demonic encounter compressed down to the most pertinent information.
Well, that makes my job much easier.
Kovac, can you not do
you guys got through the storm found yourself on an island.
We had help.
Yes, I see that from reading through, and
that wasn't demon, that was demigod. That's different.
No,
Yes.
but there was the demon thing that was impersonating
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes,
That's
it was.
concerning.
Mhm.
Storm's
That's
tail
very
is
concerning.
flicking very angrily at this point, and all her fur's on end.
And then, yes, you're in the Thuliaga Mountains.
Indeed, it did not go well.
Oh, you went to the camp then?
Why was there no one there?
How long ago was it again, Ash? Sorry.
For you, it would have been 2 months. No, 3 months since you left it.
About 3 months ago, I was there doing a courier run, ferrying some supplies down, taking them back, that sort of thing. Wyverns attacked. Took them all. Wasn't able to stop them.
Storm's gonna look at him like, actually pay attention to him at this point and go, "That does not make sense."
Are you doubting what I saw?
Yes!
Inside check.
What did you see? And as a out of character aside, while you're telling us what you see, what is your surface thoughts?
All right.
I rolled a dirty 20 for insight.
All right.
Yeah.
So, my surface thought is saying, look at these like. There's a bit of a tinge of annoyance, like, why are these people downing me? I know what I saw. And Xantix is telling the truth.
Storm still gives you a hard look, and as you tell what you saw, stares at you and goes,
They came in and they snatched agents and took away all the remains.
How many?
What would have been my old squad? There were five agents.
No, how many wyverns?
A dozen. Never seen anything like it before. It was insane.
How big?
Usual size. Large. You know, usual ring span. There wasn't anything about it, if that's what you mean.
"What was the
They
cage
were-
for?"
What cage?
Underground.
That's what I was thinking. If the cage would have been big enough for them. That's fine. You can read that in the full report. It's separate.
"I would consider the possibility that either what you saw was not
And
actually
he,
what
he's-
happened,
he-
or
he's wearing like half-moon spectacles, reading through as
Yes.
well.
I think Quebec will just like flick a finger. One of the books just slides out of the stack and snaps open to a certain page, spins around and slides towards him.
And that's the description of the cabin, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Storm will say, "Either what you said is true and something is amiss, maybe these demons summoned something to make this happen, or what you saw is not actually what happened, though I do believe that you believed exactly what you say is true."
Well, that's very fascinating about the underground cabin. We had no idea that was down there.
But
Something
someone
must have been
did.
hiding.
It was right underneath the encampment of the Xel'nari.
Well, I didn't know about it, and as far as I knew, my old squad didn't know about it. It's a shame. Good 5 gnomes just taking off into the sky. It's atrocious.
Where's Kit? Where's Kit? Who can we blame?
To be fair, there are 7 nomicides that need to be.
Well, now there's only 2 left, because 5 gnomes are dead. You have a
But
kid?
they happened off screen. Off screen. He didn't see it.
He does not get.
No. The our new gnome friend has painted us such a vivid picture with his words.
Torn apart by
Okay.
a
Yeah,
wave.
it was.
Also, Kovac,
It's
have you
madness.
managed to use like minor illusion? I can't remember if you've got that to show what the
Yes.
demons and the thing. Okay, yeah, I thought you did. I was just.
Romney
I know.
requests a flashback.
Is that a thing? Oh, I was gonna say, is that like a point redeem flashback?
No, I guess it can be a custom command if they pay for it, but whatever. But yes, moving on from the camp, because that has nothing to do with the demons. There was no demonic trace. No demonic trace from any investigation that I did in the aftermath.
Wait, hang on. You did an investigation in the aftermath and did not come across the cavern underneath that had the cage and all of the drag marks?
I don't understand how I missed it. I'm sorry.
Did you see the big hole in the ground?
To be fair, I was a bit shaken up by the fact that a dozen wyverns attacked.
Oh,
I didn't hang around long in case they came back. I apologize for that.
no.
I'm a single gnome.
No, we do not question you, but maybe instead the influence of external forces. Kovek, can you point to the part in the report that is about this?
Yes.
The influence of the external forces on people, making them do things.
Yes.
Can you point it to this part in the report for him?
There
If
should
you're
be-
implying that I have been enchanted, or otherwise had my memory modified, to rest you assured, when I came back here, I was investigated and found to be sound of mind with no enchantment or curse upon me.
Did they check that your memory had not been modified?
Yes, that was part of the investigation.
Okay, that is very
It's
good.
not every day that 5 Xel'nari killed suddenly. They wanted to verify their report.
We are only checking because we have come across some very unusual things that are.
Yes, I did read over here what happened to Lie. That's quite a shame what happened to him.
Also,
Speaking of which, the reports don't mention where is he. I would have thought he would have been with you.
oh, he went home.
But
He's
you
on
said
a-
his home was attacked, destroyed by the demons.
His mission has been acknowledged by Barda.
Right, okay.
It's technically true.
Has been acknowledged.
We should probably introduce you to our high contractor. This is Mug. Mug likes to think of himself as awesome.
Proven track record.
I see.
Storm is gonna lean over the table and go, I have a question real quickly.
Yes.
Is there somewhere here where nobody can scry on us?
I mean, the officers do have boards on them to make sure we do have some privacy, if that's what you mean.
We
I
have.
mean, how
There's
strong are they?
As strong as any anti-warding measures are.
So forbidden
anti-spraying
spell?
measures are.
Is this non-detection or forbiddance?
It would be non-detection.
Okay.
Kovek, would here
Now-
be safe?
Now, getting back to these demon things, so you are aware, we have had several other reports from other Xel'nari about 24 incidents. But only in response, except for one, which there was one face-to-face contact, or we suspect face-to-face contact, as none of the agents survived. We only found their bodies, which have been burned and marked with some kind of ancient runing language that we're still trying to decipher. Not sure.
Storm will.
Most of our resources are stretched quite thin dealing with that at the moment, and some weird reports of some kind of sighting of hysteria or something happening in the lower dumps.
Storm
you
will
will-
open up her. Oh wait, are you describing in Tanzanite or just across?
Oh no, this is across.
Okay. Storm will pull out or ruffle through her scroll case and pull out a scroll and then thing and lay it out. It's a very crude map of the continents, but she'll be like, where were they? And when?
Ash,
In
would I have that knowledge?
You would probably have not gotten the full reports yet. You would have been informed that they have happened, but not the full details as to what has happened. The few pieces that you have been able to put together is that it is global. These sightings are all over. There has been sightings over in the Elven territories to the southwest. There has been a single sighting somewhere in the Orcish territories to the northwest. As well as rumored sightings in the demo, though that has been harder to confirm.
I'm guessing the only place there has been no sightings is the Kalishtar, because there is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Well, we just brought the
Yes.
report.
Well, we've had from. We don't have.
There
I
is
don't
now.
have- I don't have the specifics, but there were 2 sightings in the Elven. At least one in the Orcish, rumored one in the demo, but the demo being the demo, we.
When was that?
As I said, I don't have the specifics. I'm just one of the
Okay.
field agents collating reports and sending them on. I'm just getting secondhand information here.
You would know when the reports started coming in, which would have been they've all started kind of happening within the last 3 months.
About 3 months ago is when they first started.
I see.
They've been coming
Kovac,
often.
during this conversation, you'll hear in your head from that they overheard the guards talking about hysteria, and basically what the gnome's talking about happening within this place as well. So it's very local to here. If you want to investigate.
Storm will address. Actually, no. If you want to do something, you can. But I was about to ask him about the Queen.
I was going to ask about the reports of hysteria in Tanzanite.
Because Storm
So-
also perceived that conversation that was happening.
Yes. So, you mentioned reports globally. What of here? It's a very condensed population.
Oh,
Well,
yeah. Have
no.
have you spoken to the queen lately?
Me? Me? No. I have no business with the queen. Lovely lady though she is, of course. Very grateful for allowing us to have headquarters here. No, I've had no business with her, so I haven't seen her. As for no demon sightings here, thankfully, or hopefully. As mentioned before, there's some kind of reports of some hysteria or something, but from my understanding, there's always been at least some kind of or hearsay about something every so often, and then it turns out someone smuggled in some hallucinogenics, drugs, or drug types or something. But it's nonetheless worth looking into.
Storm's gonna look him dead in the eyes and go, in all of our encounters, people of high position and power have been influenced or taken over and replaced by demon. I do not trust reports of drugs and hallucin, you know, word that is hard to say.
Like the things that you licked in the forest.
Yeah, that was fun. Oh wait, no! Wait, no.
So let me get
Hallucinogens.
this straight. You're happy to experiment with hallucinogenics, deny the effects of hallucinogenics amongst a wide population,
No,
and the effects it would have on the reports and hysteria?
We're getting
No.
off topic here.
no, mine was for culinary
Oh,
science.
don't get me wrong. I'm all about experimenting myself, of course. Oh, the stories I could tell you about back in the day. But
In Kovac's head, she just hears, "I feel unsafe."
If you look at Storm, she's checked out and she's giving you a deadpan look of, I had something way more important to say and I'm waiting to say it now.
But yes, no. As I said, there is some people looking into it, but I've been focused with the demons.
Okay, let me put it this way. We need to look into it ourselves because, or if you're looking into the demons, you should be looking into it because it could be affecting the city, it could be affecting the queen. We have seen a pattern of them infiltrating very important and significant and isolated cases or situations or
Yes, I have read the report about the infiltration and the manipulation of the Clan Thaliaga ex-leader. May he rest in peace. But that is a very different circumstance compared to the Queen here.
Is
Much, yes. The Queen has much better protection than, I'm sorry to say, a clan of Goliaths in the mountains with barely any infrastructure. And barely any
Kalishta?
magic towards them.
And my people?
The Kalishta, well, if we remember the report, Kalishta used to truck with demons back in the day anyway. It's one of the gods that we killed and we caused problems with.
And my people who do not trust anyone that is of not their kind?
And once again,
Surrounded
your people
by
did
an
not-
incredible
your people
storm?
Your people did not have any access to any magic, did they not? From what I read in the report.
This is
Mr.
not
Xel'nari.
true.
The Queen, oh, please, if you're going to call me Mr. Gummin, or just Santex will be fine.
Mr. Gummin,
Yes.
what are you going to say to the Grandmaster of the Xel'nari if you're wrong?
Well, if I'm wrong, it would be an absolute shame. I'm not saying we aren't looking into it. I'm just saying that the circumstances are very different here in Tanzanite, as I'm sure Kovac will be able to tell you, being from here herself.
The Queen
The Queen is surrounded by a
protected.
very talented court of many different mages and many people skilled in making sure she is safe and her court is safe from spies and infiltrators.
Okay.
Compare that to, I'm sorry, a clan of Goliaths or a very small village of cat people who did not have any magic or any experience with the outside
no.
world.
The cat people were fine. I was talking about the demigod genie who was sitting there looking after them, who was infiltrated.
But remember
Who
as
has
well,
now ascended to godhood.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
But remember,
so powerful. Such
no
not a
contact-
concern.
but no contact with
I-
the world for 2,000 years, which means they're a little bit, oblivious with what's going on. The Queen is not.
Could you both kindly stop? I agree with both of you.
You're as bad as each other.
Xantex.
Yes.
The Queen has spectacular protection. However, the fact that people are so confident in her protections, the scrutiny of it may have become lax. So, even though she is well protected, I also believe that ensuring the protections
we are
are
ensuring her
are
protection
precisely.
as well, of course.
Better
course
to be
we are.
safe than sorry.
Of course we are.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with making sure such a high value target is as safe as can be.
Of course, I'm just stating that the odds of it happening here are much less. Not
But there
that
are
we have
still-
thrown caution
There is
into the
still a
wind.
but there's still a percentage that it
course.
could happen.
Of course, which is why we're of course keeping an eye on things. As her entire court, as the Queen herself knows about these things.
You're very cocky, aren't you?
No, I'm just confident. There's a difference.
She has been kept informed of this. Yes.
As I believe most of the monarchs in the world have been right now, yes, as these reports are cropping up all over the world. We're not the only people with information and information gathering and spy services.
That does beg a good question, actually. We've been out of the loop for a while. How's Namara doing?
Ash, how is Namara doing?
Conversation about that has been kind of sparse. The information has been on a need-to-know basis, but conversations that you have heard from the local populace is that war has not broken out yet. There has been a few minor skirmishes on the border, but so far the Xel'nari has been able to bring both parties to the table for discussions. But there has been no other word from that.
Last I heard.
And the Xel'nari are not seeing where things are at the moment because they don't know where they're at the moment.
Yep. Last I heard, there's still peace. There have been some skirmishes on the border, but no outright war has been declared, and the Xel'nari are working with representatives from both sides to keep the peace.
Good. Yeah.
Yes.
As you've had a good chance to peruse most of my notes, I will leave these in your hands.
I'll
for
make
further
sure
reflection.
these get catalogued and sent back to the HQ.
Speaking of which, we would like very much to report to HQ. Your associate Aerolis, was it, outside, informed us of a scrying device.
Oh yes, yes. The new Dan Fengold is amazing. I barely understand the mechanics behind it myself, and I know a fair bit about magical items and artifice. It's very impressive what they've made. Can't believe I'd never thought of something like that. It's amazing. It's astounding.
Oh.
Sorry, where were we?
We wish to report to HQ proper. Can we go? I know the way.
Would they need to make an appointment or anything like that, Ash? Or it's...
You have got immediate access to it,
Yep.
but otherwise they would have to request to be able to use it.
Well, me being attached to the HQ allows me immediately. That you will have to apply for an appointment. But I can do that for you right now, if that's all right. I don't know when exactly they will have a slot for you, but we can get that started at least.
Seeing our notes, I'm sure you can see the urgency about the situation.
And I will
Perhaps they
be
could
making
squeeze
sure
this
that the urgency is stated when the application is put in.
in. Well then,
Storm is gonna
Let's
pull
go.
Kovek aside for a second.
yes.
I'll
Oh.
get the application forms and
Well,
start
no,
dotting.
you would be able to just take them straight to it.
And I look at the form for a moment and go, oh, what am I doing? Apologies, I've been stifled here for too long. I've been on light duties for about a month. It's thrown me off into rattles. I can just take you now. What am I doing? Sorry, I'm used to dealing with civilians and their reports and minor, popping in and out with Xel'nari agents. I can take you now. I'm sorry. Gosh, it's shall we go? Unless there's anything else you wish to discuss before we go. Do anything.
Just a moment.
Storm will turn to say, could you acquire me a large coat? One that can cover my ears and tail. Not to Kovac, to Xantix.
I mean, I could, but it's quite warm out there. Are you sure you won't be uncomfortable?
Yes.
I would like to do insight on Storm here to try and
Stormy
figure out
lie.
why she is like this. Don't worry, I did not. That is only an 8. Never mind, I don't believe
I actually rolled really good for that deception.
She rolled a 10.
That was a dirty 20.
Nice.
She's giving you the weird cat eyes, that's all you know.
I mean, I guess I can arrange. I can get one. Oh, wait here, and you jump off the chair and open the door. Stay, he says to Corin. Because the dog's just like,
I thought that was to Storm.
She would have hissed at him.
No,
it's to the dog who was about to get up, and it's just like, I'll be back. Don't worry.
And the dog's mechanical, yes?
Yes, it is a construct.
Okay.
Storm will.
And it just like turns its head and just looks at you.
Storm stares at it, pulls Kovac to the complete opposite corner of the room from it, as far away as she can, and whispers to Kovac. I don't know if this is wise or not, and I will go along with it, but I do not trust anyone. Not here, not Xel'nari, not anyone I do not already know. I do not trust the Queen, the guard, the people here. I do not trust these people here in the Xel'nari. I do not trust the people in the Planetaria. I think we should be more careful about what we share with who.
Your well-earned mistrust in the city will be invaluable, as will your scrutiny of each and every system we encounter. We will have to play nice for now in order to get the things that we want, but keep your cynical eye, keep paying attention, and if something seems wrong, tell us.
Okay. But I do believe he speaks the truth. He genuinely believes what he speaks. Whether it is real or not is another story.
We will have to get a better understanding of Xantix. He's a bit heretic, but I
Here it is, I say as I walk back in. It's and like he's like carrying it, and it's like dragging behind him because of course it's way bigger than he is. But it's like, here, I think this is about your size. I think.
She grabs
I
it
can't-
and
I-
she'll grab it off you. Thank you. Sniffs
It's
it.
okay.
Is okay.
It's clean.
Puts it on.
Yes.
Puts the
Clean.
hood.
It's
Hides
been
it.
sitting in there since the winter ended because no one wants to wear the warm clothes. But to each their own, of course.
And she tries to completely hide herself under the cloak, so you can't see her ears or her tail.
Now, is there anything else that you need? Perhaps we could have a quick refreshment if you want. It's a bit warm out there.
Perhaps later. Ash, if I look around this office, are there any like visible stacks of paper?
Yes, plenty.
Oh,
Okay. I'm gonna look at like I need blank.
Not visible blank. No.
paper.
Everything here is filled out forms. Are you looking to steal paper?
I'm looking to ask for paper. I'm undoubtedly running low. I've used this much.
Oh, that reminds me. You've all been on the field for a while, haven't you?
Yes.
Oh, before we go to the planetarium, we're going to make a quick stop to the quartermaster. You're all due a bit of a stipend.
Oh yes.
Come, let's get that sorted out right now. Go.
Just as a note, Ash, when she came out of the compass, she left all her possessions in there. Everything except her scroll case obviously the compass around her neck, and probably... Yeah, I think, like, her bags and everything, it was either... So she's got the... That's fine. Hang on. Let me just...
Weapons, maybe?
So, is stuff still in the bra of holding?
Yes. But only the Book of Misspells was in the bra of holding. And the...
box.
Iron
box.
box, yes. She's left everything else, like her backpack, in the bag of holding. Not the bag. In the compass, and all of her stuff except for what she is like wearing equipment-wise.
Mhm.
So like,
Nice.
obviously she's still got her claws, her braces, you know, like her clothes, her sash and stuff.
Yep.
Her money, she would have transferred from her backpack. She probably turned her backpack upside down and left it as a mess inside in the compass. But she collected the money and put it in her bra hole. But everything else she's left in the compass.
Alright.
So she wears the compass.
To the quartermaster! Please, I'm so poor.
So I'll take them there and go like, well, you guys introduce yourselves, and they'll be able to pull up your records and be able to pay you what's owed.
Of course.
So the
Oh,
quartermaster here...
I'll take out the weapons I've stored in. I'll be taking a once they've gotten their pay. If that's alright.
Storm
Yes, definitely, of course.
Storm will just ask, before we go, Kovek, did you want to look at the things? Since this is a safe space?
Yes. We'll speak to the quartermaster first, though.
Okay.
The quartermaster here is an Eladrin girl. She looks to be around about in her 30s, but being Elven, she's probably closer to her hundreds, 120s, 200s. So she's fairly young by Elven standards. She nods her head to you. How may I be of assistance? What are you checking out today?
We've been on duty for the better part of a year and believe we are owed some compensation for our time.
Of course, your papers, please. And you, sir, what are you doing here? Turn to Mug.
Mug has contract.
May I see the contract, please?
Yep.
Very well. A moment, please. And she disappears into a back room for a moment. After about 5 minutes, she returns holding a tray with several bags of coins upon them. And she goes, I believe everything is in order, 500 gold pieces each.
Did you just call it? Oh no, you said money. I thought you said mummy. Mummy, sorry,
Oh,
mummy.
I heard mummy as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, we all heard that.
and she hands each of you coins. Your group says that there is another representative, Thalai. He is not currently present. Are you collecting his payment on his behalf as well?
No, he will report in his own time.
Very well. I will make sure it is put aside for him.
Are you sure, Kovek?
Shut up! You don't even use money, Storm.
She doesn't want
You're
your
not even
money.
there.
She
If
doesn't
we
want
collect
your money.
here.
What she's
If we collect
thinking
money here,
is if we take his
can't
money
get
and bring
money
it to
there.
him.
We'll let him handle it. Perhaps
Quartermaster,
Mug could reach out to him and
Yes.
ask.
we will communicate with him and get back to you on that. We will find out what he wishes.
Very well. Of course.
Would it also be possible to check out a few things that may be of use to us?
Diamonds.
Sorry, I missed that one.
Diamonds, please.
Diamonds?
can we
No.
check out a few things that might be useful?
I can definitely help you with that. Diamonds I cannot help you with, I'm afraid. As you can imagine, they have quite a high monetary value to them, and thus not something we can just hand out.
Storm grabs one of the coin pouches, opens her bra, tips it out, closes the bra, makes sure there's nothing left in the coin pouch, and hands it back to her. Thank you. The coin master would realize that she's a cat at this point because she's not like hiding the catness.
She just kind of stares for a moment until someone else says something. She's kind of just like, what?
Oh, my weapons, please, because we will
Oh,
be.
yes, of course.
Thank you.
It was 500 gold each.
500 gold pieces each. Yes.
Wow.
While I'm
Incredible. Okay.
while I'm here, could I do a quick exchange?
Of course, yes.
May I hand back to you 300 of these gold pieces in exchange for the equivalent cost of fine paper and ink?
An exorbitant amount, but yes, of course, definitely.
Thank you.
You can have it arranged. She takes back the gold coins and then steps back into what seems to be a secured lock area where you can see a number of weapons on racks, returning with what seems to be 2 separate firearms that she hands over
Thank you.
to Xantix.
And
They look almost comically large in his hands.
I will place them in the special holsters pouch saddle.
And then also uses Tenza's floating disc to move the paper over to you so that she does not have to carry it all.
Ah, yes.
Amazing.
I like this one. She will pull out the bag of holding and just go.
Kovac,
Yes?
can contractors make gear requisitions?
Hmm.
As long as your advocate signs on your behalf, yes.
Then yes, you may.
Do you have any sets of heavy armor?
Yes, of course. Several on hand, I believe. What were you after?
What do you have in my size?
A moment,
Plate or
please.
splint?
She takes your measurements and then again disappears back to get into the back room. Both plate and splint, full plate or splint, are available. The plate may need some slight adjustments to the straps, but other than that, they should be good to go.
Turn back. Does my advocate agree?
If you require the full plate, then I would ask that it be attached contractually that he be liable for the cost of repairing or replacing it should anything unfortunate befall the suit of armor.
Oh, that is, of course, standard practice.
Excellent. Oh, before I forget, and Kovic hands Mug 25 gold.
Just so you don't have that thing hanging over your head for the
I'm
next
so sick of it!
You should feed it immediately to the little pocket watch. Just saying.
Also, the beautiful irony of the only reason you had that debt for so long was because your character wanted to get laid.
No! I wanted the spellbook! I
No, it was-
wanted the enduring spellbook.
Wasn't it for the dress?
The dress.
Yeah, it was for the dress.
Small part was the dress. Most of it was the spellbook.
Yeah.
Okay.
Partially because you wanted to get laid.
I wanted a spellbook that wouldn't catch fire or get waterlogged. It's not a big ask.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair. Alright. Is that all I can assist you with today?
One more question. What are your rates for purchasing spell scrolls?
We do not have any spell scrolls available for sale.
No,
You'll have
I
to
wish
look into the
to
market.
sell some.
Again, you would be better off selling to the market.
Okay.
Very well. And she bows her head. Have a wonderful day.
You do.
Shopping trip.
So later.
Oh.
We might do our shopping off stream though.
Potentially,
makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Depends on what you're after.
Interactions are fine, but I think general shopping trip stuff might be better if we did off stream.
I have so many things to do in the market. And the nerds. Oh, I'm so excited to be in the city.
Alright, so is that everything you need to do at the Xel'nari headquarters? And then I assume you'll be heading over to the planetaria?
Oh, and it was also if he's safe, identifying the thing that was in the light.
Is that a 10-minute?
Okay.
11.
Yeah.
So you're going to pull out...
Shall we head back? Shall we head over to the planetarium then? So you can make your reports.
We wish to be able to include one piece of information in the report, the nature of a certain object.
Ah, I see. The office should still be free. Let's go back quickly then.
Good.
Go on then.
Again. Gloves.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see Xantix also then pulls out gloves as well. It's like, if you do want assistance, I do have some matter of experience in magical artifice items.
Oh, a peer. All right, well, this should be interesting.
Could you
Hey.
fix a broken magical loot?
I could have a look at it, of course.
I was able to get a line on that through my mother as well, so
Ah, okay.
we have options.
Perhaps in
Alright.
the morning.
So,
Yes.
what are we investigating here that you want the privacy from?
Storm, if you wouldn't mind.
Hang on. She'll pull out the iron box from her bra of holding.
In the lead box?
I thought it was iron.
Yeah.
No,
It's
it's lead.
lead.
Lead
Whatever.
has the protection.
And she'll wait. I need to sneeze.
Pineapples.
Someone quick, clip it.
Okay. And she'll pull it out and she'll look at you really like.
Don't do it, Kalan. I know what you're thinking, don't do it, Kalan.
I can't. I don't
Good.
have the thing.
She'll look at you kind of like that whole like I'm watching you type thing, but without doing the hand motion. She'll look at you like before opening it up and swiveling around towards Kovac.
The moment you open the box, Mug, you get a almost queasy feeling from it. It feels evil to you. Just everything about it feels wrong and evil.
Oh.
I'll sort of put a hand on the desk that I'm standing next to because it's just sort of unexpected and go, I don't think we should be looking at that.
What, the cursed one?
I'm not even sure if you should be carrying that.
Well, once we know about it, perhaps we can hand it into Xel'nari custody if you're concerned. I can speed things along and make this only take a minute.
Unless you think this needs to just be...
Well, if we want to be able to destroy it, we have to understand its nature. Because the last thing we try and dispose of it, and it backfires in our face and damage. I get your concern, of course, and we're going to take as many precautions as we can, but...
No, you're not. If you take as many precautions as you can, you don't mess with it. That is a precaution.
To understand
You're
how...
taking as many precautions as you want to.
I will concede with that. But if we want to know how to safely dispose of this, we need to understand it.
Storm.
Improper disposal methods can be quite violent, dangerous, and devastating for the surrounding environment.
Stormy's gonna close the box. Seeing Mug's reaction to it, who is normally a person of very happy advocation for silly things and whatnot, she's gonna close the box and put it away.
This was inside our friend for weeks. If we don't fully understand it, we won't understand him.
Yes, it was inside his friend for weeks, which led to the decimation of his entire village.
I suddenly do not feel so comfortable doing this here.
This is the most secure location in all of Tanzanite, bar the Queen's private quarters. And I'm sorry, we won't be going in there, no matter how many favors I pull.
Storm, please. I've been
If you are
abundantly
concerned,
patient.
I can also ask some guards to be on standby in case anything else happens.
This is not to question your abilities, Kovac, but isn't there like some fancy University of Magic here?
Yes.
Could they not also assist with if anything goes wrong? Your backup, so to speak.
I would feel extremely nervous showing this to the Mages Collegium.
I think the less people who know about this, the better.
Mug's gonna walk up close to Kovac. On that very slightly over the edge of your personal space. So getting that not up in your grill, but just that bit closer than would normally friendly sort of talk. Lock eyes with you and go, arrogance aside, can you do this safely?
Yes.
Then I trust you.
Thank you.
And I believe in you. And you have a bardic inspiration. For the inevitable saving throw.
Storm will pull it out again, the box, and say, Kovac, do you have to touch it to identify it?
No.
As to say, I do have a good selection of tools that are good for handling materials without personally touching them.
I think we should leave it in the box if possible. The box is not of magical nature, therefore it should not interfere with the spell. Not while
It is
open.
lead, and lead does block magical detection abilities.
The box is open.
If we want,
it's not like it's closed.
then it makes.
We do not know.
How do you wish to proceed, Cole?
We will leave it in the box but open, and I will have Wisteria be the one making contact as opposed to me.
I am just concerned that whatever it touches might be affected. That is all.
Wisteria is expendable.
I just look over the corner. It's like, don't worry, you're not, and I know that.
Would Storm will look at you and. So who should be? But so if Mysteria is affected, it will not affect you, because it is your magic in creation.
Wisteria is a minor fey entity with whom I have an understanding.
I see.
And this isn't some form of weird contract that once it disappears, that one ceases to exist, and you just conjure a brand new one because the previous one's dead?
No. The vessel inhabited by the fey entity is the thing that is destroyed.
Just
And
don't.
I thought a wizard's familiar was just a manifestation of all the friends they didn't have growing up. I heard that in a pub.
Storm,
Either way,
please open the box.
they're not expendable. Just remember that they have feelings, regardless of if you have an understanding or not.
It may okay. So this may not actually do anything, but Storm suddenly gets like a sense of at her magic, as she has been recently. She's been getting like this, like almost like her father's whispering in her ear, and
kill them all.
And she has this feeling of like a hand gesture she needs to make. And before she opens the box, she looks at you, Kovac, and does a flourish with her hands and whispers some words, and then touches you, and you feel like an energy of protection around you. And she's gonna cast protection from evil and good on you.
Do you need an enhanced ability, by the way?
I don't think so, but people seem to be bestowing me with all manner of things. We'll be talking about this later, Storm.
What?
Never mind.
You did good, kid.
I shall
You
begin.
did undo a spell.
Did it work?
I don't know.
I felt your influence.
Oh! I don't know what this one does. I think it makes you more resilient to influence
I appreciate
from
it.
bad things like demons. I think.
Can we have
Right,
an idea,
yes, it doesn't
please?
last long. Here you go.
Okay. Quebec will conjure Wisteria, put her down on the table, and to tell her to sit on the item. And then through her, for a minute, I'm going to cast Identify.
All right. After a minute is cast, you learn 10 minutes. You learn the nature of the item. It is a scrying beacon, which allows basically a focused way of scrying upon someone, like a homing beacon of sorts. It also allows scrying to be done on someone even when they're under the effects of non-detection.
God damn it! Book's closed!
It is also cursed. The curse upon it is that if anyone is to attempt to identify or tamper with the device, it will turn into an incendiary. So
Bye-bye!
A dexterity saving throw from Wisteria, please. As suddenly the stone bursts into flames.
How big's the radius?
Just
More
Wisteria.
than you want.
It's the person who was casting Identify. By you using Wisteria, you bacon.
The ultimate irony is it could have been a glyph of.
No.
At the same time, Xantix was like peering close with a thing, so he's just gonna leap back and go, "Oh my!"
How much health does Wisteria have, anyways?
Now 0, I think.
1 hit point for Wisteria.
Oh, well, yeah, she is 13 points of fire damage, so not that much, but definitely enough to just engulf her, and she squawks out as she is engulfed in flames. So, it seems that the party's concerns towards the device being a booby trap was correct.
Storm just looks at Kovac with this look of like, I told you it was a bad idea. She doesn't say it, but the look on her face is that, and the lid is closed.
And Mug's
Well?
going to try and see if anything feels off in the room, just sort of
No, that uneasiness
vibe check.
and
Yeah.
that feeling of evil being presence is gone.
So the item's destroyed.
It was destroyed, yes. It was designed to destroy itself if tampered with. But you were able to get a sense of what it was. It is some kind of device enabling them to be able to spy and hear and see through the device, or through the person attached to the device, as if they were in the room with them.
Is it like constantly active, or is it something that somebody would have to consciously focus on?
Consciously focus on. It is a scrying device, so they have to actively choose to see through it.
Storm is still going to put the box away with whatever remains in the box. Just leave it, close the lid, and put it away.
Well, in full disclosure, the box also contained the 2 little hand worn thingies that the former
Chief warrior.
Goliath chief had. So I'm guessing that they're not doing too well either.
Possibly. The box was slammed shut before you could really see how they were.
Oh, good.
That was a very interesting response to the identify spell.
Yes, that is a new one for me. I have not had quite that reaction before.
But now we know. And
I know
knowing
exactly
is
that.
half the battle.
Storm just looks at him like he's an idiot, but instead says, "And
But
now you
now
can."
we know if we. But now we know if we come across these things to dispose of them immediately.
And now we also know just how dangerous they are.
Yes, isn't it fascinating learning about it so we can be sure?
No, we
No,
could
it's
have
hard.
avoided it. We knew what it did.
Ignorance is just as dangerous.
It is
as
not ignorance when
experimentation.
you already know. We experimented for the
didn't
sake
know.
of
no, 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 no.
confirmation. This was fruitless
You
and could
suspected.
have.
You suspected. Do not say you knew, because that
Okay,
is lying.
please tell
You
me. How else would they have
suspected.
known exactly where we were at any time we were with Thelai?
We knew that it was some kind of scrying thing, but we didn't know exactly what. You didn't know the exact nature of it,
Okay.
what it would do if it was inspected, nor did we know that it could actually penetrate enchantments, and that itself is worth the experimentation to find out, because that is something we now need to consider. That is important for us to know,
But
because it
So-
means that something that we assumed
But-
would protect us, we now know doesn't, and that's something worth knowing. If we had not done this experimentation and we assumed that, our usual protections would protect us, that would leave us vulnerable.
So, Xantix, can you then make a new spell that will stop this?
With time, yes, but perhaps, potentially.
so what we have
I'm
gained.
not a wizard. I'm an artificer, but throw this problem to some of the wizards, especially the one that made that scrying mirror we're going to be using. I'm sure he'll be able to help us
Is
with something too.
irrelevant information to have. If someone has
But
this
it-
scrolling,
it
no,
is
no, no, no.
relevant. It is very relevant.
No, it is not. If someone has this
Yes.
item within them, it is already too late. Because you either don't know it's there, or you need to remove it immediately and put it away. You don't want it to be within spaces in which there is possibility for no scrying, because it shouldn't be there in the
but
first place.
But also
You either
consider
don't know it is there.
now. No. But now consider this. We now know the nature of this item, which means.
But we
We
have
can
no
now look
defense
at-
against it.
But now we know about it, and we know its specifics, and it's Oh gosh, the words are leaving me at the moment. I'm all excited because this is fascinating, terrifying, but fascinating. Because now we know about it, and we can start
Kovac?
planning to defend about it.
Yes.
Kovac, are you familiar with the item?
I
Would you
have
consider
just,
yourself familiar?
I've just spent 10
Or
minutes
actually, or
observing it.
Sam, perhaps could you locate the nearest one to us? If there are any more of these items within 1,000 feet.
Well, it would be really convenient if I,
We
Have a
don't want to find
spell
one within
like
10
that.
feet. That'll be bad.
So it's a good thing I did prepare that spell today. So yes, I can do that right now. Yeah, I'll cast Locate Object on. Although there are things like, yeah, I can't locate it if there's any thickness of things. It is. I can only find it. Yeah, within 1,000 feet. Yeah. So I can cast Locate Object.
Alright. You do not sense any present within 1,000 feet of you.
Either they are, as some that says with their eyes closed, it's like the green and red motes. Either there's nothing around, or they're covered. But no, I'm not sensing anything. Well, this place is bigger than 1,000 feet, isn't it? I can move around for 10 minutes in directions.
You'll also get a telepathic message that says, if we ever find ourselves in the Queen's Palace, can you cast the spell again and don't tell Kovac?
In your head, you'll hear. I mean, yes, but you'll see the moats around. This isn't a subtle spell. But yes.
Hmm. So, Xantic, you are correct that this was educational. I recommend the best option, given the method of insertion we saw previously, was a spell of remove curse that should return any altered memories to a potential target, allowing them to recall what has occurred.
Didn't you cast Remove Curse on the item?
I cast
No, it was Remove Curse on Thalai.
Thalai so that he would remember what happened to him.
Storm at this point has like backed off a bit and has gone to sit next to Sam, and is keeping her distance from both Kovac and Xantix.
Hello.
And she's
Now
sitting like a cat.
Now we have 2 people with high intelligence.
She thinks you're both idiots.
We are incredibly intelligent, thank you very much.
Are you?
You're
yeah,
book
but,
smart, you're not wise, and she thinks you're idiots.
Intelligence.
I have a higher than average wisdom.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, mine's
It's only a 12, but it's higher than average.
Mine's 14.
She
I
still
put my
thinks you're
14 in
stupid.
context. Rude.
Yeah, so you got team intelligence on one side, team wisdom / charisma on the other.
Storm just quietly whispers to Sam and goes, "Is this how you feel all the time? I hate it here."
Right. Let's adjourn to the planetary, shall we? Now that's been squared away.
All right. So as you make your way outside and start going through the crowd, heading over to the planetaria, we will end the session there because it is almost midnight, and I do have work tomorrow.
I don't. Wait, no, I do. Today's Sunday.
Doesn't matter. It's
But you
what,
have a
midday
whole
for you?
day.
But
Oh, it's like
thank
3
you-
o'clock.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Yes, we do use reroll for the characters, and welcome in, just in case. You got us just in time.
We
in
use
fact.
reroll for our maps. We actually use D&D Beyond for our character sheets. But it's
No.
integrated with...
They are asking about reroll the app for the
Reroll.
character models.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. There's so many fucking roll things that my brain is... Yes, we do.
We
Yes,
use
they are...
roll 20 for the maps and the
Yes,
plane,
reroll,
and then
yes.
D&D Beyond, and then
Yes. My apologies. It's late.
Oh no, I backed reroll back in its Kickstarter days, and it's fantastic. I love the program.
Yeah. We
Hey,
backed
guys.
it a long time ago, and we've been using it since. It's fantastic.
I do probably have to skedaddle, so I'll
Go
drop
for
out
it.
a bit
All
early.
good.
So, wonderful game, Ash.
News.
Thanks everybody for tuning in. I'll see you all next time.
All right.
Amazing.
And we'll say thank you to everyone who joined us. Thank you for everyone who raided us today as
Yes,
well.
oh my
Thank
God,
you.
so
And for
many
those who
raids.
stuck around. We will now pass on our love. Zoe, who has just left us, normally runs our Stars Without Number campaign on Tuesdays. It should be coming to the climax, maybe a final episode or multiple final episodes. We're not too sure just yet. Where we are in the process of fighting and hopefully going to destroy a artificial intelligence that has gone rogue and is trying to use cybertronics put inside the brains of people to control them and dominate the planets that he is currently on. So that may be back this week or possibly the week after. We're not 100% sure just yet because she wants to make sure that the finale is magnifique. But we will be back next Sunday with more Trials of the Xel'nari and see what else happens in Tanzanite. Hopefully the party will finally learn to not be each other's throats. Maybe one day. We'll work it out.
Never.
Storm hates him. Storm hates him so much right now. She also has lost a lot of respect for Kovac in this interaction.
The AI blink is called Dotak. The first one that we met was Blacklands or Darklands. Can't remember. One of the two. We beat him up, and now we're going to beat up another one. This one's a little bit more powerful, though.
Yep.
By a little bit, I mean considerably more. So yes, thank you all for joining us. We will find someone to raid. I can see that
Duck Pond
the Duck
just
Pond
started about an hour
just
ago.
started,
Yeah.
so that would be a good one. There's also Cast Exposition. How
I'm
long have they been going
literally just checking them out now to see.
for? They're at 3 hours now, so
They're probably going to be
not sure how
ending
much longer
soon. They are worth
Yeah.
checking out. They have some awesome stuff.
yes. But we will send our love to the Duck Pond, I think.
Because they've just started, we'll give them. We'll throw them their way. I believe. Hang on, let me just double check.
But thank you all for joining us. We will be back next week, where we will continue.
Yes.
wanna Chuck us over.
I shall.
Alright.
I shall do us a throw. I'm going to pop
Bye-bye.
us to the end screen while I organize raiding out. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We really appreciate you being here. Welcome in everyone's new. Big thanks to who was it that raided us? Oh, thanks for all the extra follows, by the way. We appreciate all of you. We hope to see you again. Participation award, Josie Posa and Aussie Devfro. Appreciate you all very much. Thank you for the raids. It's absolutely wonderful to have them here.
And when you hop on over to the Duck Pond, raise a tankard for them.
Oh yeah. And give them some love from us, because they cool peeps. Alright. Now pop us over to the end screen, and we'll catch you in the next stream. You guys have a good one. Tiddle pips.
Toodle pips.